Chapter 752. Considering that he had to change the entire ancient history and affect the subsequent long river of time and even the future generations, Guchanga was very cautious. Even though he had a plan in his heart, he did not implement it. What he lacked now was witnesses and the corresponding dissemination of information. Otherwise, after some arrangements, he would leave behind a legend that no one could witness or know. Such a legend could not be investigated and naturally could not be believed by the future generations. The so-called arrival of a miracle naturally needed witnesses. Guchanga walked along this part of the universe, passing through continents and many barren and dead lands. After the dark fault appeared in this part of the universe, the environment of heaven and earth had changed slightly. But the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and longevity substances were extremely rich, very suitable for the cultivation of cultivators. Many sacred mountains were tall, vast, and boundless. Some ancient trees covered the sky and the sun. They had lived for millions of years, longer than the lifespan of cultivators. Of course, after the dark fault, the number of cultivators decreased sharply. Even Guchanga did not find many traces of cultivators. On the contrary, there were many ferocious beasts with low intelligence. They could only distinguish between good and bad luck. After the dark fault, those ferocious beasts with terrifying strength were annihilated due to the impact of the aura of the past. What was left were the ferocious beasts with low intelligence. These ferocious beasts had terrifying chi and blood, but their cultivation was extremely low. Their long lifespan allowed them to accumulate a large amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth in their bodies. Undeveloped intelligence naturally could not use the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to cultivate. Basically, there are no cultivators in this period. It seems that I still need a long time to evolve. Maybe I should leave behind a cultivation method. Guchanga frowned, but he gave up on this idea. According to the normal timeline, it would take a long time for these ferocious beasts to evolve. If he enlightened them in advance, it might cause unimaginable effects. After all, what he wanted to do was to leave a rumor in this era, to minimize the impact on the future generations. Otherwise, with Guchanga's current cultivation, he would definitely not be able to withstand the terrifying backlash. When the karma of the entire ancient history descended, even the creation immortal boat would shatter, unless he chose to stay in this era. Thinking about it this way, the best way is to find a suitable ancient life star and find the earliest cultivators. He walked along one life star after another. His divine consciousness swept past, shaking the entire universe. Even if he was suppressed by the will of the world and affected by the karma of reversing the river of time, he could only display less than 1/10 of his power. His strength also far surpassed that of ordinary Tao enlightened cultivators. In the current era, it was impossible for the cultivators to be that strong. During the time of the Dark Fault, the true experts had already gone extinct. The cultivators who were still alive today were either the survivors of that time, or they had discovered the cultivation method through some remains or relics, and had embarked on the path of the predecessors. What a rich aura of life. There are definitely cultivators there. There might even be traces of Taoist teachings. Suddenly, Guchanga noticed a star field not far away. Based on its aura, that region of stars was extremely ancient, and it was suffused with a vast and ancient aura. Many life-ancient stars adorned this place. They were incomparably massive, gently rotating. The life energy was incomparably rich, blue and vast. He quickly rushed over, and his figure flashed through the starry sky before him in an instant. He intended to descend towards that region of stars. For Guchanga, it was enough as long as he could find a life star with cultivators. His requirements were not high. Boom! A terrifying aura surged down, and a blazing light soared into the sky, illuminating the entire star field. All sentient beings felt this terrifying fluctuation at this moment. They trembled from the bottom of their souls and knelt on the ground. In the star field ahead, in a bamboo forest shrouded in dense immortal fog, many ancient cultivators also sensed that fluctuation immediately. Everyone's faces were filled with deep shock and horror. How could such an aura appear in the current era, in this bamboo forest shrouded in immortal fog? There were many creatures that had gone extinct in the later generations. There were Chilean cubs, white tiger cubs, immortal phoenixes spreading their wings and soaring. Many immortal herbs and sacred herbs also grew in the cliffs and mountains, and no one went to pick them. However, the most eye-catching thing was in the depths of the bamboo forest. There was a bamboo house built in the vast sea of clouds. Among them, there was a white-haired elder. He sat there cross-legged, and his figure was extremely stooped, as if he was about to die. His eyes were also extremely turbid. Around the bamboo house, there were many cultivators sitting cross-legged. Some ferocious beasts with spiritual intelligence also quietly crouched there, as if they were listening to the white-haired elder explain the Tao of cultivation. Elder, what do you think this aura is? It's too terrifying. Didn't you say that after the Great Extinction Era, there were no more supreme experts in this world? The aura just now was exactly the same as the supreme experts recorded in the ancient books. A young child with divine light in his body raised his head and asked the white-haired elder in front of him curiously, "This aura is too terrifying. It's as if it could easily destroy our star." A young man with a Taoist sword on his back also asked in shock, respectfully asking the elder in front of him. In the distance, the little immortal phoenix flapped her wings and flew over. Spiritual light flickered all over her body, and she transformed into a beautiful girl in a feathered robe. She landed in front of the white-haired elder and said in a clear voice, "Grandpa Tsang, do you think it could be a supreme expert who did not disappear from the Great Extinction Era and is still alive in this world?" When the old man called Grandpa Tsang heard this, his gaze immediately became somewhat nostalgic. He coughed a few times before shaking his head and saying, "That's impossible. During the Great Extinction Era, all the supreme experts were killed long ago. Even great experts can't appear. The aura just now might have come from beyond the heavens." As a survivor of the Great Extinction Era, he naturally knew the secrets of that period of history very well. Whether it was an immortal or a person who had achieved the Tao, they were all killed by the ruthless will of heaven. If it really came from beyond the heavens, then would he know the reason why the Great Extinction Era happened? However, if he really is a supreme expert of legend, he should not care about ants like us. Many cultivators in the bamboo forest were discussing as they looked at the place where the blazing light had disappeared. "Grandpa Tsang, I want to go to that place to take a look. I want to see what the supreme expert recorded in the ancient books is like." A clear voice came from the young girl in a feathered robe. She was very determined, and her eyes were very clear and bright, shining with extraordinary splendor. "Then go and take a look. Logically speaking, such an expert should not care about a little immortal phoenix like you. If it was in the past or the ancient times, you might have been captured by him. However, now, even if your bloodline is very strong, it is extremely difficult to cultivate. There is no method, opportunity." The white-haired elder shook his head and sighed. He was very regretful about this. The severing of the cultivation method was not only because of the death of the supreme expert and the destruction of the orthodoxy. Even some races with powerful bloodlines had their inherited cultivation method engraved in their bloodline and soul destroyed by the will of heaven. How could they continue to cultivate along the path of their predecessors? They could only wait for the suppression of the will of heaven in this world to dissipate before they could find the real solution. Chapter 753. "Huang Yu, if you want to go, you'd better be careful not to bump into them. But I'm afraid the real ultimate masters won't care about a little immortal phoenix like you. I don't think you'll be able to see them. But perhaps this is also your opportunity." The white-haired old man shook his head and sighed when he saw the girl in the feathered robe turn into a little immortal phoenix and fly away. A long time ago, he had been a very powerful cultivator. Although he hadn't reached the ultimate level yet, he wasn't far from it. But because of the Blade of Heaven's will, his cultivation base had started to fade, and his lifespan had started to dry up. He had gradually forgotten some of the divine powers and cultivation methods he had learned in the past. Such a calamity was truly terrifying and frightening. Even immortals couldn't do anything about it. They could only watch as their cultivation base dropped, their insights were forgotten, their lifespan dried up, and they eventually passed away. Some people had tried to leave this universe and go to other universes to find a solution, but those who left never came back. Many people guessed that they had died on the way, or they had found a suitable place for cultivation and didn't return to their homeland. In short, the long gap of darkness lasted for countless years. Eventually, all the orthodoxies and inheritances of the past were wiped out. If there were any traces left, they would be the inscriptions on tablets and some ancient books and records that had been buried in the ground years ago. But no matter what they say, we can't let all our legacies be severed. The Great Extinction Era is over, and today's environment is slowly becoming more suitable for cultivation. To the later generations, we are the sages of our ancestors. Perhaps the fluctuation just now was the return of the ultimate masters who had left this universe and found a solution. The old man sighed and continued to explain cultivation methods to the people in the bamboo forest and the fierce beasts that had some intelligence. In fact, similar scenes were happening all over this ancient life star. That blazing light was too intimidating. Even from such a long distance, it had a destructive aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Many cultivators were trying to find a way to get to the source of the light. Even some cultivators who couldn't fly were trying to get to the source of the light. Everyone wanted to know how such a terrifying aura could appear in today's environment. It was exactly the same as the supreme experts recorded in the ancient books. That is, the girl named Huang Yu flew at a very fast speed. Although many of the cultivation methods passed down in her bloodline had been obliterated, she was still able to fly. However, this didn't affect her speed in the slightest. She practically turned into a streak of scarlet divine rainbow as she chased after that streak of light. Soon, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. She fell into the air and couldn't recover for a long time. It was unknown when, or perhaps it was just a moment ago, but what was originally a vast and boundless wasteland was now enveloped by boundless immortal mist. One could faintly see the silhouettes of many divine mountains and ancient trees. They were incomparably large, as if they were as tall as the heavens and earth. Moreover, within this boundless immortal mist, numerous jagged rocks were especially obvious. Numerous damaged palaces, pavilions, and damaged ruins were scattered throughout the surroundings, and they were filled with a grand and ancient aura. It was as if they had existed for countless years. It was solemn and majestic, and one couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship it. Could this be the immortal palace recorded in the ancient books? That senior came from beyond the heavens and finally chose to live in seclusion here? The girl Huang Yu was extremely shocked, and her heart was filled with deep reverence. In the mysterious area in front of her, she saw many terrifying scenes. Numerous, incomparably large stars were suspended in the depths for some unknown reason. They were densely packed, and there was no end in sight. In the east, she could even see towering and magnificent pillars, as if they were holding up the heavens and earth. It was shrouded in boundless mist, mysterious and vast. In the west, chaotic chi filled the air, turning into a waterfall. An incomparably wide and huge river was faintly revealed. Rolling waves crashed against the heavens and earth, as if they were going to pierce through the universe. In the eyes of the girl Huang Yu, that river was flowing backwards towards the sky. Many stars gathered in it, like the legendary heavenly river. What are these? What are those words? Southern Heavenly Gate? Look, there are words here. They seem to be words from a very long time ago. It says ruins of gods. The commotion and scene here startled many cultivators. Those who arrived later were also completely stunned. Many people had only heard about the immortal palace from ancient books. But now, seeing it with their own eyes, it was no different from the immortal palace. It was even more shocking. The boundless immortal mist enveloped this area. It was mysterious and vast, and one couldn't see the end of it. It was awe-inspiring. The commotion just now must be the work of that senior. It seems like he is planning to live in seclusion here. Ruins of God's immortal palace, southern heavenly gate. It must be a senior from before the great extinction. Only before the great extinction would something related to immortals appear. Many people looked at the scene here and knelt down piously worshipping it. In this era, cultivators were peaceful. There was no fighting and killing. It could be said that they were standing aloof from worldly affairs. Therefore, after knowing that there might be a place where a powerful senior lived in seclusion, no one disturbed him. They only bowed and watched quietly. Of course, many people also knew that the area ahead definitely contained many dangers. If one rashly stepped in, it would definitely be a life and death crisis. That seems to be a tree. Suddenly, the young girl Huang, you noticed something. The expression on her face became very shocked. She immediately stared at the deepest part. Chaotic qi surged there. Large amounts of mist suddenly rushed into the sky, and then some scenes were revealed. An incomparably mysterious and ancient towering tree stood in the deepest part. Its leaves were dry, but it condensed a boundless chaotic qi. Stars turned into dust one after another, spinning around it, and emitting a terrifying sound that was as majestic as the collision of worlds. Although this scene disappeared in a flash, many people saw it. Their hearts were filled with endless reverence and shock. A mysterious senior suddenly descended here with a mysterious ancient tree and established himself as the ruins of gods. Or is it that this place was originally called the ruins of gods? It was like this before the great extinction, Huang Yu muttered. She really wanted to enter the ruins of gods and see the scene inside. However, her instincts told her that if she dared to take a step forward, she would definitely be destroyed in body and soul. She had been standing here for a long time, feeling extremely hesitant in her heart. However, there was a thought that told her that she could actually enter. In the end, a cultivator saw the little immortal phoenix transform into its original form. It flapped its wings and plunged into the boundless immortal fog in search of the ruins of gods. However, no one saw her come out. In the next few years, many cultivators would come to the edge of the ruins of gods to look at the vast scene inside. However, as time passed, the fog around the ruins of gods also increased, gradually enveloping the surroundings. Even the cultivators who had been here before would find it difficult to find the way. Many people noticed that the ruins of gods were gradually disappearing, just like the many cultivation methods that had once existed, gradually fading away. Some people said that the mysterious and powerful senior in the ruins of gods had been recuperating all these years. Now that his injuries were almost healed, he was planning to leave this place. However, there were also people who said that the ruins of gods was actually the entrance to the legendary immortal domain. That senior must have already ascended to the immortal domain, which was why the ruins of gods were gradually disappearing. After that, almost every year, there would be cultivators coming here to search for traces of the ruins of gods. Some people found some traces, but even more people were lost here. They couldn't find anything and felt that the ruins of gods had long disappeared. Chapter 754. Thousands of years passed by in the blink of an eye. The ruins of God had gradually become a legend. As the environment of heaven and earth changed, although more and more cultivators appeared, fewer and fewer people had seen the ruins of God. To many people, the ruins of God had become an ancient myth before the darkness. It was a long time ago, but it really existed, and it had left traces in this world. It is connected to the legendary immortal domain, and there is an incomparably ancient tree in the ruins of God. It is said that it is the road to the immortal domain, and it has a deep connection with the former Jianmu, and the master of the ruins of God is a supreme senior during the Great Extinction period. His cultivation is profound, and he knows the heavens and the earth. If you are lucky and encounter the ruins of God, you might be able to obtain the guidance of that senior. It is said that there was once someone who entered the ruins of God and obtained a tablet inscription. In just a few hundred years, he became a great cultivator, and now he has already established a sect. However, you might not be able to meet him anymore. I heard that senior has already ascended to the real immortal domain. Now that the ruins of God has no master, it gradually disappeared from the world and can no longer be found. In some tribes, there were old people telling stories about the ruins of God to the younger generation. Everyone's faces were filled with yearning and pursuit. Regardless of whether it was young or old, they were all pursuing the path of cultivation, and becoming an immortal was the lifelong pursuit of almost everyone. Although it was far away, it still gave everyone something to think about. And the existence of the ruins of God seemed to be telling everyone that becoming an immortal really did exist. Things like this happened almost every day in various tribes. All cultivators and intelligent creatures knew of the existence of the ruins of God. There were even more cultivators searching for the ruins of God. Unfortunately, there were very few people who actually found the ruins of God. It was as if there was an invisible formation barrier outside the ruins of God that was isolating them from everything. That was why that place was isolated from the world and set up as a forbidden area. Senior, I am leaving this place. Thank you for your guidance all these years. Although you did not accept me as your disciple in my heart, you are actually the same as my master. You have taught me a lot and even awakened the inheritance in my bloodline. Huang, you will never forget this great kindness. At this moment, in the ruins of God that was shrouded in boundless immortal fog, the mountains were majestic, the ancient peaks were tall, and there were many damaged palaces and pavilions. A beautiful woman in a feather dress stood on the peak of a lonely mountain. She looked at the white-robed figure in front of her with reluctance. Her words were full of respect and reluctance. That white-clothed figure was very blurry and hazy. His face couldn't be seen clearly, and only a pair of deep and experienced eyes could be seen. It was as if he had once sat and looked at the heavens, and also looked at the ancient times from afar. However, it still couldn't reduce his peerless beauty and extraordinary appearance. He had his hands behind his back and seemed to be looking at the sea of clouds in the distance. His back was lonely, and there was only a peach tree by his side as a companion. It is indeed time for you to leave. It is also time for me to leave. You and I have known each other for a while. This should be considered fate. The white-clothed man shook his head lightly. His tone was flat, as if there was no fluctuation in his voice at all. The woman in a feather dress called Huang Yu stared at his back with her bright eyes, and in the end she said with reluctance, "All those years ago I entered the ruins of God by mistake and was almost killed by the formation markings here. If it wasn't for Senior making a move and saving me, I'm afraid I would have been obliterated long ago. During these past few thousands of years, I've listened to Senior's teachings every single day, and I've gained a great deal and benefited immensely. However, I don't even know Senior's name now. I'm afraid there won't be a chance to repay your kindness in the future, and I don't even know if I'll be able to see you again." The white-clothed man seemed to smile when he heard this, and then he shook his head lightly. A name is nothing more than a code name. It's actually not important whether you know it or not. You only need to know that I'm the master of the ruins of God. There's no need to know anything else. You possess the immortal phoenix bloodline. Cultivate properly after you leave, and you'll attain my current cultivation one day. Perhaps in the distant future, the two of us will be able to meet again. Will there really be such a day in the distant future? Hearing this, the beautiful woman's eyes suddenly lit up with endless light. It was longing and yearning. However, before she could finish speaking, the white-clothed figure in front of her smiled faintly. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent her out of the ruins of God. Senior, seeing that he had suddenly appeared in an unfamiliar mountain range, the surrounding scenery was completely different from thousands of years ago. "Zero, The beautiful woman in the feather robe had a look of disappointment and loss on her face, as if she still had a lot of things to say. She stood there quietly for a few months before turning into a divine rainbow and leaving. For the past few thousand years, she had been together with the mysterious Lord of the Ruins of God. From the initial reverence and fear, she gradually discovered that the Lord of the Ruins of God was actually not terrifying. Instead, he was gentle, elegant, easygoing, and natural. Later on, it gradually became closeness, dependence, respect, and admiration. Such a figure was peerless and extraordinary. He was the top expert in this world and could easily tear through the barrier of the world to enter other universes. His methods were heaven-defying and unimaginable. Even before the Great Extinction Era, he was a supreme existence that could not be described with words. Back then, she was just a little immortal phoenix that had just stepped into the threshold of cultivation. In order to see what a supreme expert was like with her own eyes, she took a huge risk and flapped her wings, plunging headfirst into the vast and mysterious ruins of God. After that, she stayed there for thousands of years, and her entire person underwent a complete transformation. Senior said that he was going to leave. What does that mean? He's guarding that mysterious ancient tree called the Epic Tree. Why is he guarding it? The woman in the feather robe had too many questions in her heart, but she also understood that she could not ask these questions, as it involved that Senior's secrets. During her time in the ruins of God, she often saw it. That Senior was carefully taking care of a small peach tree, planting it next to his courtyard. Just like a mortal, he was very meticulous in weeding and watering it every day. He also said that after he left, that peach tree would protect the epic tree in his place and wait for the right time to come. Of course, the woman in the feather robe did not understand these words. She only memorized them in her heart and planned to slowly understand them in the future. This trap has been set. The legend of the ruins of God should also be passed down. Since that's the case, it's time for me to return to the main world. This period of history will also be recorded in the history books as ancient history. After the woman in the feather robe left the ruins of God, the white-robed man who was Gu Changa appeared. He smiled faintly, and then a vast divine will swept out. After understanding the many changes in this universe in the past few thousand years, he nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 755. The legend of the ruins of God had been left behind. In order to increase the authenticity of the legend, Gu Changa had spent thousands of years teaching Huang Yu, who was the woman in the feathered robe who had left the ruins of God. He had a premonition that the woman in the feathered robe with the blood of the immortal phoenix would have great achievements in the near future. Even after the upheaval of heaven and earth, it would not be difficult for her to enter the Tao attainment realm. Maybe I can leave behind the orthodoxy. In that case, I have nothing to worry about. Gu Changa's gaze swept across the ruins of God and finally landed on the peach tree that was blooming brilliantly. This was the identity that he had specially arranged for Tao Yao according to his plan. Before he planned to set up the plan, Gu Changa had gone to the peach village and asked Tao Yao to do him a favor. He wanted her to act as the guardian of the epic tree. That was why Gu Changa had planted the little peach tree in front of Huang Yu and said that after he left, the little peach tree would help him protect the epic tree. Although the little peach tree had not developed intelligence yet, who knew what would happen after a long time? Moreover, the ruins of God had been arranged by Gu Changa according to the evolution of the inner universe. The surroundings were supplemented by the great heavenly cycle, divine, fiendish formation, and many restrictions and boundaries. Even if he left this place, he could ensure that everything in the ruins of God would not be disturbed. As for the epic tree, Gu Changa would definitely not leave it in this era. Otherwise, the karma he would suffer would be unimaginable. He had already endured the consequences of the huge karma backlash and instructed Huang Yu, which would lead to some unexpected changes in the future. If the epic tree was left behind, the entire future would be reshuffled and everything would have to be restarted. The consequences of that were too terrifying. In particular, Chang'e could not be sure if he could successfully return to the present world. Boom! Then, the vast power of time appeared again. Along with the stormy waves, a mysterious and vast river faintly appeared in the void. It seemed to run through the heavens, connecting the past, the present, and the future. The river of time this time was even more terrifying than when Chang'e had come. Boundless chaotic energy descended. It was vast and majestic, and stars were mixed within. They fell from the heavens of unknown latitude, making one's heart tremble. In the depths of the river, boundless primal chaos, true thunder streaked down like a thunder dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, bringing with it a destructive aura. At this time, even a true immortal Tao existence would be cautious, not daring to rashly approach the river of time. This was because Chang'e had already changed the history. Even the slightest change would cause great consequences. It was like a butterfly flapping its wings, causing the sky to collapse and the sea to crash. This was a series of terrifying changes. With the space-time steel, I don't have to worry about not being able to return to the modern realm. The only thing I need to worry about is the great horror of this process. On the other side of the river of time, if there are existences beyond the immortal realm who sense that I had changed the history, they might attack me. Chang'e's eyes flickered. Although he still had a drop of the demon lord's true blood in his body that had not been completely refined, and 2 layers of the seal of samsara could protect his life. However, this kind of backlash that involved the entire history, karma, and the future could not be underestimated. Buzz! However, he did not have much choice now. The creation immortal boat emitted a faint light that completely enveloped him. Then it turned into a stream of light and headed straight for the river of time. Rumble! The moment the creation immortal boat entered the river of time, terrifying purple true thunder immediately struck down from the sky. It seemed to be formed by the boundless primal chaos chi, and even strange phenomena such as palaces and pavilions appeared. The destructive aura was shocking. Chang'e's expression was calm. Instead, he took out the great Tao treasure bottle which floated above his head. The terrifying suction force was like a black hole, swallowing all the true lightning that was striking down. The great Tao treasure bottle's material was extremely mysterious and could be said to be indestructible. Even the extremely corrosive gray mist and the terminating essence could only become its nourishment. The true thunder, which contained a destructive aura, could not be harmed in the slightest. Chang'e, on the other hand, was shaken by the backlash and his blood was roiling. The backlash from the river of time has surpassed the level of an ordinary immortal. Even a great universe would be reduced to ashes by a strand of true thunder. This karma seems to be a bit scary. Chang'e's eyes suddenly became very deep. The closer he got to the present world, the more terrifying the backlash became. Toward the end, even the creation immortal boat was shaking. Huge waves surged, drowning everything. Countless fragments of time danced in the air, and even a dense mass of horrifying white bones was reflected. He didn't know which epic this scene was from, but since it was reflected in the river of time, it had to be related to his actions of changing the history of the past. This was the power of karma that traced back to him, the source. So, I guess the fateless body is the only way to travel through the river of time safely. It's a pity that I don't have time to look for Xiao Ruin. Otherwise, with her blocking the karma for me, it would save me a lot of trouble. Chang'e looked at the karma threads that wrapped around him and frowned. In the next moment, silver flames suddenly gushed out from the surface of his body. They were blazing like the starlight that filled up the entire sky, throbbing in each of his pores, burning and igniting those pitch-black karma threads. They started to break apart, not tainting his body. This was the rich power of destiny, one of the purest and most mysterious energy substances in the world. Chang'e used this opportunity to ignite the power of faith, trying to get rid of the power of karma. It was not that he wanted to add karma to his body, but because there was a lot of karma entangled in his body, it could easily be detected by those in the upper realm. After all, this was his karma, not the karma of his identity as the demon lord. The power of karma is too strong. With my current cultivation, I can't avoid karma. It seems that I can only slowly get rid of it in the future, or try to swallow it with the great Tao treasure bottle. Fortunately, the immortal vessel was indeed miraculous, and it did not disappoint Gu Changa. Soon, he sensed the aura of the space-time steel and confirmed the node of the modern realm in the river of time. Boom! The immortal vessel was surrounded by hundreds of millions of misty lights, and mysterious runes appeared on the damaged vessel. Then it broke free from the river of time and carried Gu Changa away quickly. I'm finally back in the modern realm. It seems that this change is quite big. Gu Changa's figure appeared in a vast and boundless universe. A rich and ancient aura rushed toward him. The sky was full of stars and the galaxy was dazzling. It was vast and magnificent, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Every life-ancient star seemed to have existed for countless years, exuding vicissitudes and ancientness. After a moment of silence, Gu Changa put away the immortal vessel and the other items. Then he stepped out of this star field and began to inquire about the modern realm. He wanted to know what kind of changes had taken place in this universe over the countless years after the ancient history was changed. The ruins of God, the epic tree. There were too many things that he had left behind, and they should have all turned into reality. Chapter 756. This universe had changed a lot. Judging from the laws of heaven and earth and the aura of the universe, it was different from before. Gu Changa walked between the star domains, his divine consciousness sweeping across, and began to investigate the impact of changing history on the present world. What he was most concerned about was actually the legendary existence of the ruins of God. Other than that, the changes were actually insignificant and did not affect his layout and plan. Compared to before, many holy lands and tribes have been destroyed and disappeared in the annals of history. However, there are also many new tribes and forces that have risen up. The number of people who have attained the Tao in this world has not been affected. Some ancient planets with life have been destroyed. The Ziwei dynasty that I saw the last time I came to this universe has also disappeared. My ancestor did not attain the Tao attainment realm, so naturally there was no follow-up. However, the disappearance of the Ziwei dynasty has helped a force called the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. At its peak, it was even more powerful than the Ziwei Divine Dynasty. The founder of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was a Tao attainment realm cultivator with the immortal phoenix bloodline. In later generations, she was known as Empress Huangyu. In her early years, she had mistakenly entered the legendary ruins of God and met a supreme figure there. She was carefully taught by him for thousands of years. After that, she left the ruins of God and cultivated bitterly for 800,000 years. She finally inherited the mandate of heaven. It seems that this matter still had a great impact on later generations. In the end, she became an empress and established a celestial dynasty. Gu Changa found a lot of useful information. His divine consciousness swept across many ancient planets with life, and he also learned many records about the little immortal phoenix. Among these, the changes of many forces and orthodoxies were actually within his expectations. And in this rolling ancient history, the ruins of God had indeed left behind a thick and colorful stroke of ink. Even now, there were still cultivators and powerhouses who pursued the traces of the ruins of God one after another, regardless of death, in order to understand the truth of immortal ascension. Now, the most powerful ancient force in this universe was the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Empress Huangyu was the first person to become an empress after the Great Extinction Era, and even after the Dark Vault. What she represented was extraordinary. Many cultivators felt that the reason why she was able to shoulder the mandate of heaven in such a short period of time and become a Tao enlightened cultivator was closely related to the opportunity she had when she accidentally entered the ruins of God. If it wasn't for this incident, Empress Huangyu would have to endure for close to 1,000,000 years, even if she wanted to attain Tao. With the changes in the environment and the disappearance of life, the lifespan of those who had attained the Tao was naturally reduced. Not to mention 1,000,000 years, even living for 100,000 years was extremely difficult. Therefore, many people were searching for the location of the ruins of God, wanting to find a way to become an immortal and extend their lifespan. Naturally, there were many theories regarding the divine ruins. Some said that it was a forbidden land that existed before the darkness fault, or even before the Forbidden Era. The ruins of God was connected to the legendary celestial realm. There was a tree that reached the heavens called the Builder Tree. Following the Builder Tree, one could find the location of the Celestial Gate. Of course, there were also some who said that the ruins of God was actually a taboo. Previously, 2 existences who had surpassed the immortal realm had fought, and after destroying the immortal palace, it was left in the ruins of the mortal realm. In the ruins of God, there were countless immortal treasures buried. As long as one could find one, it could allow a cultivator to be reborn. However, the most convincing explanation came from the Yuhua immortal dynasty. In the ruins of God, there was actually an incomparably mysterious, white-robed Lord of the ruins of God, and it was he who established the ruins of God. Not only that, he even planted a peach tree to protect something in the ruins of God. This story was spread throughout the entire universe, and countless cultivators believed it. After all, the founder of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, Empress Huangyu, had accidentally entered the ruins of God and came out alive. In less than 1,000,000 years, she had reached the Emperor realm, and her cultivation speed far surpassed that of the predecessors of that era. Her understanding of the ruins of God was definitely more than what the people of the world knew. This is perfect. Everything is evolving and developing as I expected. Lin Yin said with a smile. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but reveal a satisfied expression. Then, according to the aura of the restrictions he had left behind, he found the ruins of God hidden in a certain ancient life planet. He had set up many array patterns in the surroundings. Even after a long period of time, there were no signs of them being worn away. This is the traces she left behind. It seems that she still came here later on. It's just that she hasn't stepped into the ruins of God yet. Gu Chang'e's figure appeared outside the ruins of God. Outside the many restrictions and array patterns, he saw a tablet inscription. On this tablet, Empress Huangyu's aura had been left behind. After she attained the Tao, she once again searched for the location of the ruins of God. However, at that time, Gu Chang'e had already left, so she naturally couldn't find anything. In the end, he could only leave regretfully and dejectedly, leaving behind the traces of his presence on this tablet. It seems that after that, when her life was about to end, she came again. Why bother? Gu Chang'e sighed softly as he saw a blurry figure appear beside the stone tablet. She was dressed in feathered clothes and had a beautiful face. She looked into the depths of the ruins of God, but her eyes were filled with unconcealable sadness. This ancient life planet was incomparably vast, with many clans and forces standing in great numbers. Among them, the most powerful were several royal families and sacred grounds. Their ancestors had once attained the Tao, and they had emperor weapons to suppress the foundation. In addition to these royal families and sacred grounds, there were several life-forbidden zones on this ancient life planet. These were the hiding places of those who had attained the Tao in order to prolong their lives and avoid the 5 decay of the celestial being after severing one of their Taos. Their cultivation had surpassed the quasi-320 emperors, but compared to those who had truly attained the Tao, they were still much weaker. In the vast ruins of God, immortal fog lingered, the mountain peaks were steep, and the divine mountains were tall, exuding a desolate and ancient aura. Now, as Gu Chang'e appeared, the surrounding restrictions emitted a brilliance that rushed into the sky, covering the entire sky, shaking all directions, causing the entire universe to rumble. The next moment, a terrifying aura, as if heaven and earth were collapsing, spread out from here. Countless stars were trembling, as if they were about to fall here. The majestic and ancient aura of the world began to intertwine, suppressing this universe, causing it to tremble. Guchanga's eyes were deep, and he began to take action. He took out the epic tree from the inner universe, and with supreme magic power planted it in the deepest part of the ruins of God. Countless restrictions and brilliance were as dazzling as the sun, and billions of rays of light and laws intertwined like an ocean. This was a terrifying ancient tree. Just the trunk of the tree was larger than a star. On the withered branches, there were sparse branches and leaves. Each branch and leaf received the starlight that filled the sky, and a boundless, chaotic aura hung. As the branches and leaves swayed gently, the terrifying sound of ancient worlds colliding rang out, as if they were pushing the rumbling of epics. Even those who had attained the Tao would feel their chi and blood churn here, not daring to approach. The epic tree had finally appeared. Chapter 757. Rumble. The epic tree reappeared in this world after countless years. As soon as it appeared, it exuded a terrifying aura. Every star was as small as a speck of dust in front of it. It supported the world, every single pattern representing time, all of them of the past great eras. Countless factions and orthodoxies in the upper realm even started wars in the 8 desolates 10 regions in order to find the epic tree. Until the last time they broke through the 8 desolates 10 regions and killed their way in from heavenly Deer City, they returned empty-handed and could not find any trace of the epic tree. In the hearts of many ancient orthodoxies, the epic tree was the most primordial thing in the upper realm. Before the forbidden epoch, the 8 desolates 10 regions was an abandoned land in the upper realm, called the Sin Domain. It was used to imprison those who had committed heinous crimes. Later, the world changed greatly. The upper realm collapsed, the great Tao disappeared, and the precepts of heaven and earth shattered. Many experts from the Sin Domain went to the upper realm to plunder resources. The epic tree was taken away in order to nurture the epic Tao fruit and completely control the upper realm. Unfortunately, after the epic tree was taken away, the precepts of heaven and earth in the upper realm could no longer function, causing the immortal path in the future to collapse. Since then, all life lost hope. Even if they spent countless years at the peak of Tao attainment, they could forget about entering the higher immortal realm. Remnant immortals sounded much stronger than Tao attainment, but that was because they had touched that realm before the forbidden epoch. However, as the world changed drastically and the epic tree was taken away, it could no longer nurture the complete precepts of heaven and earth. This also caused many remnant immortals to stop cultivating. They originally had hopes of becoming immortals as mortals. However, they could only look at that door. It was right in front of them, but they could not touch it at all. Now, the epic tree had appeared in this world once more. Its boundless and majestic aura filled this universe. Every single branch and leaf seemed to have received the radiance of a myriad of stars and interweaved with boundless chaotic energy. Numerous stars descended, causing one's heart to tremble. This aura, could it be that some supreme being has appeared, or some existence about to attain Tao? Many experts in this universe felt the vast and terrifying aura. They were shocked and rushed out from various ancient planets to the starry sky, looking in the direction of the ruins of God. It seems to be the legendary ruins of gods. Many existences who had been hiding in the life-forbidden zones also looked over, like heavenly blades tearing through everything, sharp and terrifying. Heaven and earth changed dramatically, and the universe shook. To them, such a fluctuation was like a quasi-emperor who was about to achieve the Tao. It had been hundreds of thousands of years since the last one who had attained the Tao had passed away and affected the environment. Today's terrifying shock waves swept through countless star domains. All the great beings in the universe sensed it and rushed out. Some of the people sealed in the celestial source origin also woke up, walking out from the depths of the clan's holy land. A few powers that had previously produced individuals who achieved the Tao, also immediately revived their emperor artifacts. Powerful and peerless auras covered the heavens. Radiance illuminated the entire stellar domain, rising and falling there. At the same time, countless living beings and cultivators felt their hearts tremble. Although they did not know what was happening, it did not affect the fear in their hearts. Epic Tao fruit! In the ruins of gods, Guchanga did not care about the fluctuations caused by the outside world. He looked at the magnificent fruit the size of a fist growing on the crown of the epic tree. Countless Tao rhythms and divine armaments intertwined and condensed within it, as if it contained the most mysterious mysteries and mysteries of the heavens. A dense and mystical aura burst out of the epic Tao fruit and merged with the surroundings. Guchanga even felt that the environment around him was slowly improving, unlike before when it was incomplete. It could only be said that the epic Tao fruit lived up to its name. With time as nutrients, the Tao rhythms and divine armaments accumulated were specifically used to fill in the gaps of the laws of heaven and earth. Although this world was incomplete, it was still nurturing a divine object specifically used to fill in the gaps. It could only be explained by mysticism. When the epic Tao fruit truly matures, it will also be when the immortal gate appears. Guchanga frowned slightly. He planned to contact the peach demon to come here and guard the epic tree for him, while he began to refine this universe. He had obtained the God Kingdom in a palm and the interminating origin just for this day. When Guchanga broke into hell, he had obtained the God Kingdom in a palm from the descendant of the Lord of Hell. He had yet to refine it because he was planning to refine the God Kingdom in a palm into this universe one day. He was planning to turn the entire universe into his God Kingdom. Even those who had achieved a Tao, or even a broken immortal, would be greatly suppressed when they entered it. In addition to it, Guchanga was planning to set up the interminating origin around this universe, so that it could devour and eliminate all life at any time. The epic tree would be the bait, and this universe would be the fishing net. Guchanga was planning to attack all the orthodoxies in the upper realm. During this period, the epic Tao fruit was in Guchanga's hands, which basically meant that he was in control of the immortal gate. Without his permission, no one would be able to touch the immortal gate. A bunch of ants dares to spy on us. However, in the next moment, Guchanga's eyes were cold and emotionless. Her voice spread out and shook the entire universe. He sensed a boundary emperor approaching from outside the ruins of God. He even took out a Tao weapon and tried to attack the ruins of God. In addition to them, there were many cultivators of other levels. Even the cultivators on this ancient life planet were coming. After all, even if the epic tree was concealed by the forbidding aura around the ruins of God, how could it completely conceal its magnificent aura? Bang! A giant black hand suddenly slapped out of the ruins of God. It was surrounded by billions of crimson rules of order. The whole world dimmed immediately. The stars trembled as if the universe was about to explode. Uft! What kind of terrifying existence is this? Why didn't I see it before? The quasi-emperor cultivator who was rushing towards the ruins of God suddenly had a look of horror on his face. Before he could react, he immediately took out his Tao weapon in an attempt to defend against this palm. However, what shocked him the most was that at the moment of contact, the Tao attainment weapon exploded with a cracking sound. It was as brittle as a thin piece of paper. The fragments of the divine weapon filled the sky, like dazzling meteors, smashing into the ground and shattering into pieces. He did not even have time to scream before he exploded into a bloody mist. His body and soul were destroyed. How is this possible? He killed a boundary emperor with a single palm and even shattered the Tao weapon. The many experts who came later saw this scene and felt a chill run down their spines. Their faces were pale with fear, and they could not stop trembling. The other boundary emperors who wanted to see what was going on were also scared out of their wits. The entire ancient life planet fell silent. There was no more movement. There was no sound in the various life-forbidden zones. It was dead silent. In the next few days, Guchanga was in the ruins of God. He placed restrictions on the epic Tao fruit and refined the runes and the origin ancestral artifact into it to ensure that no one could refine and take the epic Tao fruit. He was still a little wary of the peach demon, so he made these arrangements. Chapter 758. After Guchanga planted a restriction in the epic Tao fruit, he began to refine this universe. With his current cultivation level, it was actually very difficult for him to completely control an ancient universe. Fortunately, he had the divine kingdom in his palm, so he could use it to refine and fuse it with this universe. The disadvantage was that Guchanga had to find a way to erase the will of heaven and earth of this universe. In this way, this universe would become a dead land in the future, collapsing and no longer operating. Without the will of heaven and earth to maintain the operation of the universe, it was naturally inevitable that it would be destroyed. Guchanga was not reluctant to part with this. Many universes and worlds had been destroyed because of him, so he naturally did not mind one more universe. Only by occupying the will of heaven and earth can I completely refine the divine kingdom in my palm. In the next few days, Guchanga left the ruins of God, tore open the boundary passage of this universe, and appeared outside the boundless star domain. He directly displayed his incomparably huge Dharma body. Brilliant golden light far exceeded millions of feet, illuminating the starry sky. He was simply like a giant in ancient myths who could split the heavens and earth, able to hold up the sky with a raise of his hand. Boundless primal chaos erupted. Runes of the great Tao appeared one after another in the surroundings of this universe. They contained boundless light and burned everywhere like imprints. Vast and boundless waves of energy surged over like waves of suns. Even though this universe was incomparably ancient, it could not withstand the waves of 727, and terrifying cracks began to appear. Of course, many living beings and cultivators in this universe could not detect these waves. Guchanga sat cross-legged in the boundless void, his eyes deep and cold. While refining the divine kingdom in his palm, he also used great Tao runes to refine the will of heaven and earth of this universe. Chains of the great Tao appeared around him and began to coil around him like shackles. This was the will of heaven and earth's counterattack, trying to resist his power. It would not allow Guchanga to destroy it. Heaven-defying, kill without mercy. The next moment, a vague message entered Guchanga's ears. His expression was cold and indifferent, and there wasn't the slightest ripple in his expression. The numerous chains of the great Tao on his body started to emit cracking sounds that made one's teeth ache, and they were about to shatter. Boom! In the depths of heaven and earth, a huge cold eye slowly turned and looked at Guchanga. This was the manifestation of the will of heaven and earth. It sensed the danger of being obliterated. Guchanga's face was still expressionless. He continued to smelt the divine country in his palm. Strands of crimson light flowed out like a river of stars, enveloping this part of the universe. Those who defy the heavens will be killed without mercy. This time, the cold, murderous intent in the huge eye became even more obvious, almost materializing. Is this a catastrophe? What the hell happened? Some of the quasi-emperor experts living in this universe were also terrified. An aura that resembled the might of the heavens enveloped this world. It was as if a calamity was about to descend at any moment and destroy this universe. They didn't know what happened, but they suddenly felt fear, trembling under this aura. The higher one's cultivation level, the clearer one's perception of such fluctuations. On the contrary, the ordinary cultivators and living beings didn't feel anything. First, the ruins of God, which had been silent for countless years, suddenly appeared in the world. A vast and boundless ancient tree spread its branches and leaves, and a vast amount of chaotic chi drooped down. An indescribably terrifying existence guarded it, and with a single slap, it shattered a Tao treasure. And now, In the depths of outer space, a terrifying battle that sent chills down one's spine was happening. What was going on in this world? In the depths of heaven and earth, the huge I finally moved. A terrifying attack came. It was the wrath of heaven, like a heavenly river pouring down, mixed with all kinds of extreme attacks from countless years ago. Black heavenly saber, 9-colored immortal sword, mixed element source chi cauldron, furnace of all creation, purple mountain river seal. These were all powerful weapons that had once been imprinted in heaven and earth. They all contained the vast divine might of those who had attained the Tao, and at this moment they were all projected to kill Gu Changa. Boom! Gu Changa wasn't scared in the slightest. His eyes were cold, within them blazing chaotic light, taking action against those attacks. Matchless might engulfed heaven and earth, descending mightily from this heaven and earth, splitting the universe. He reached out a large hand, within it millions and millions of streaks of divine light, as if he was going to mend the heavens. That large hand covered the sky dome, striking down on all types of weapons, making them tremble. Millions and millions of streaks of Tao light, millions and millions of streaks of divine light, simply enough to tear apart the heavens. Many scarlet streaks of lightning, black divine chains, were instantly turned into fine powder, matchless emperor might, engulfing the entire universe. Even if the will of heaven and earth that can't produce an immortal, it still far exceeds that of a ruined immortal. Gu Changa's brows furrowed. He stood up again, a palm smashing towards a pair of terrifying eyes, about to pierce through everything. All of the weapons flipped about in his palm, the most resplendent light erupting here, drowning out the world. Divine might was boundless, producing all types of unmatched attacks, producing the cosmos, absolute beginning, mysterious yellow. It could simply encompass everything in this world. The will of heaven and earth was different from cultivators. Although it was emotionless, it didn't mean that it would allow outsiders to obliterate and occupy it. Gu Changa's guts were truly too great. Even the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerable back then didn't dare to do this. This large I moved again, the gaze moving along with it, especially the cold and emotionless will, as if it was about to materialize. In the depths of heaven and earth, many blurry figures appeared. They didn't belong to heaven and earth, but were produced by the heavenly Tao. There was a fog shrouding them, as if they didn't exist in this space-time, difficult to see clearly. They took action together, heaven and earth immediately becoming blurry, this universe becoming dusky, simply as if it had arrived at the end of the world. Just by relying on my current strength, it won't take long to obliterate the will of heaven and earth. Seems like I have to end this quickly to avoid affecting the other universes. Gu Changa frowned, feeling that the will of heaven and earth in this universe was troublesome, far more troublesome than the worlds he had encountered before. Therefore, he didn't want to waste any more time and directly took out the 8 Desolation demonic halberd. A beam of halberd light swept out with dazzling might, peerlessly domineering, swift and fierce to the extreme, capable of destroying the myriad of worlds. All the figures of the Tao laws were simultaneously blasted apart by this attack, and they were reduced to ashes. Poof! The cold eye formed by the will of heaven and earth was penetrated by the halberd light. Like porcelain, countless cracks appeared on it, as if it would shatter into ashes in the next moment. In the next moment, a dark light appeared in between Gu Changa's eyebrows, enveloping the vast expanse of dark light, like turning into a black hole that could contain the universe. He directly chose to devour the last remnant thoughts of the will of heaven and earth, refining this universe into his Tao body of the universe. The terrifying fluctuations finally calmed down, gradually returning to peace. Many thoughts of the beings of heaven and earth all appeared in Gu Changa's mind, but his expression was cold and calm, without any ripples. Only a few existences whose cultivation had reached the quasi-emperor realm vaguely sensed something and trembled in fear. They didn't dare to go forward to investigate and could only carefully hide in their own territory. The 8th Desolation demonic halberd was Gu Changa's killing move. It was absolutely easy to destroy a remnant immortal. Moreover, unlike in the upper domain, there was no need to worry about being detected if he took out the 8th Desolation demonic halberd here. Half a month later, after setting up all the arrangements, Gu Changa began to return along the original route, planning to return to the upper domain. In terms of time, his wedding date with Yu Mingkong was approaching, and he also transmitted a voice message to the Peach Demon, asking her to come here to guard the epic tree. Chapter 759. The central region of the Upper Realm, where the Wushuang celestial dynasty was located. Magnificent and vast pavilions and palaces, dazzling in gold and jade, majestic, were located in the divine city. The divine mountains and ancient peaks were scattered all over the place. They were majestic and vast, and the mountains were surrounded by clouds. The divine light was brilliant, and the celestial mist lingered. It was incomparably sacred, as if an ancient heavenly palace had fallen into the mortal world. Many knights with powerful auras were riding on ferocious beasts, patrolling between the heavens and the earth. Bai Feng, Pai Xiao Zhuyan. Many ferocious beasts with primordial bloodlines were roaring at the sky. Their bodies were huge and they covered the sky. They patrolled between the islands and mountains in the divine city, and their aura was extremely terrifying. As the Wushuang celestial dynasty that was vaguely known as the #1 celestial dynasty in the upper realm, its foundation was far beyond the imagination of the people. The vastness and mystery of this place was like a small world. Outside the divine city, it was also a vast and shocking scene. Today, as the wedding date of the Empress Yu Mingkong and Gu Changa approached, large batches of ancient warships tore through space and came from everywhere. The rumbling of the universe could be heard almost every day between heaven and earth. Many carriages and flying ships rolled past, and the momentum of their arrival could be heard. Many terrifying figures, along with many servants and followers, stepped down. Their figures were blurry, and they were surrounded by the light of the rules as they stepped into the divine city. Without a doubt, the marriage of Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong was the most important matter to the orthodoxies in the upper realm. In some ways, it was even more important than the previous meeting with the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. This was because Yu Mingkong and Gu Changa represented the two most profound and mysterious forces in the upper realm. Once the two of them got married, the situation in the upper realm would probably change unexpectedly. This was a situation that many orthodoxies did not want to see, especially after the disaster of Yin extinguishing heaven was quelled. Gu Changa had an unfathomable reincarnation ancient heavenly lord as his master. If they wanted to attack him again, it would be 1,000 times more difficult than before. Last time, when Gu Changa destroyed hell, countless people were already afraid of him. Now he had a master with terrifying strength. Even those with a strong foundation were afraid of him. It would not be long before Gu Changa would be able to do whatever he wanted in the upper realm. Therefore, the holy lords of many orthodoxies were secretly discussing and deciding to break the current situation. They could not allow Gu Changa to dominate the entire world. Otherwise, in the long run, the entire upper realm's orthodoxies would welcome a great reshuffle. Until today, no one knew what level Gu Changa's strength had reached. During this time, Golden Cicada Buddha Child had died on his way back to Buddha Mountain. Buddha Mountain was furious and sent out many ancient monks in an attempt to track down the inheritor of demonic arts. But in the end, it was a waste of effort. They didn't find anything, so they could only give up. Ancient Buddha Ksana, Heavenly Maiden Jean Yang, One-Eyed Taoist, and other powerful figures had also appeared frequently in various parts of the upper realm during this time, as if they were searching for something. In addition, some forces that usually did not show their strength began to become active today. Some extremely ancient figures began to break the seal in the source of God. Among them, there were even existences comparable to those with a strong foundation. Such things happened in many ancient orthodoxies causing countless disciples and disciples to be shocked and ecstatic. This was because even they did not know that their own ancestors had not fallen, but had been using a certain method to seal themselves, waiting for the day when the immortal path was about to descend upon the world. The entire upper realm was surging with undercurrents because of this. Many cultivators who had reached the enlightened path realm or even higher had a vague feeling during this time. The environment of heaven and earth seemed to be different from before. Although this change was very slight in their eyes, it was no different from a sign that the world was about to undergo a drastic change, especially since a long time ago there was news that the immortal path was about to appear in this world. How could this not make them excited? And as Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong's wedding date approached, the universe where the Wushuang immortal dynasty was located also became incomparably lively. Many ancient planets were filled with festive scenes. Many celebratory items were hung up, red-crowned cranes danced, golden springs surged, and spiritual mist lingered, auspicious and auspicious. Every day, there were cultivators patrolling everywhere to ensure that no one disturbed them. 10 miles of red makeup? It was not an exaggeration to describe it as hundreds of millions of miles of red makeup. The longevity Gu family and the people of the Wushuang immortal dynasty were all preparing for this. The number of warships and knights sent out could even flatten some orthodoxies. The ceremony was so grand that it made people dumbfounded. The entire star domain was filled with joy. Some uninhabited stars were even refined by great cultivators with supreme magic power, specially used as decorations. Boundless red clouds hung down, dazzling and dazzling. The vast star domain was covered in red clouds. There were even quasi-emperors who took action, intercepting many galaxies and connecting them to many star domains as a carpet for Gu Chang'e to marry Yu Mingkong. The sky was filled with auspicious signs. In order to create an atmosphere of Tao rhythm, some who had achieved the Tao did not hesitate to preach the Tao in the depths of the star domain, causing the sky to be filled with dazzling lights. Countless cultivators and living beings benefited from this and were moved to tears. Of course, in order to marry the empress of the Wushuang immortal dynasty, the longevity Gu family also gave extravagant betrothal gifts. It was so huge that it shocked some of the imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sections. The so-called immortal medicine, unparalleled heavenly arts and ancient techniques, immortal Tao carvings, and so on were not mentioned. There were even true immortal artifacts among them. These were not simple immortal artifacts, but artifacts that could be passed down from generation to generation. They were immortal artifacts that could suppress one's foundation. Even some of the imperishable orthodoxies did not have such immortal artifacts. It was only at a critical juncture, like the extermination of their race, that they would use such a trump card. Otherwise, the amount of energy that would be consumed every time they awakened would be unimaginably vast. The longevity Gu families and scrupulous display of their foundation made many of the orthodoxies understand that if they dared to interfere with this wedding, they would face the longevity Gu family's endless wrath. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly heaven and earth trembled. A dragon's roar that shook the heavens came from the other side of the universe. 9 azure dragons that were shrouded in multicolored light pulled the white jade carriage and sped through the star domain. On both sides of the 9 azure dragons was a vast bridal escort army. They were majestic and mighty, and their momentum was monstrous. Countless cultivators and living beings looked at this scene in shock. They could not believe it. 9 azure dragons of the quasi-emperor realm are pulling the carriage, and there are at least 5 or 6 Tao attainments around them. The longevity Gu family sent so many people just to escort the bride? Or are they worried that someone will interfere on the way? If I'm not wrong, there's an immortal Tao aura hidden in this bridal escort army. Could it be someone with a foundation or an immortal artifact? Many of the supreme experts who had been waiting in the Wushuang immortal dynasty for a long time were shocked when they saw this scene. After all, just the bridal escort army was so terrifying. What about the wedding day? Before this, the longevity Gu family did not reveal their strength. But now they suddenly showed so much of their foundation, which really shocked them. Chang'e, do you think I'm beautiful? At this time, in the depths of the Wushuang immortal dynasty, in a group of majestic palaces, Yu Mingkong, who was wearing a red dress and a phoenix coronet, was carefully looking at her face in the bronze mirror. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her nose was exquisite and flawless, and her lips were red without any stains. She was like the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens, so beautiful that it was unreal. Gu Chang'e smiled and drew the last of her eyebrows. Then he lowered his head slightly and kissed her forehead. Beautiful. Chapter 760. After Gu Chang'e arranged everything, he returned to the upper realm. Coincidentally, his clan was preparing for his wedding. Therefore, he followed the welcoming army and came to the Wushuang immortal dynasty in advance. The marriage between the longevity Gu clan and the Wushuang immortal dynasty was naturally a matter of great importance. Many elders were very serious. In the depths of the clan, they specially invited many ancestors to come out to ensure that this marriage was foolproof. At this time, even many people with the strength of crippled immortals came out of their clans to worry about Gu Chang'e's wedding. The undercurrent in the upper realm was turbulent. Many orthodoxies saw Gu Chang'e as a thorn in their side. No one could be sure that no one would jump out to cause trouble during this wedding. Moreover, the marriage between the two superforces affected the hearts of countless cultivators in the upper realm. It was like a tight string that would snap with the slightest mistake. Of course, for ordinary cultivators, Gu Chang'e had put in a lot of effort to quell the disaster of the Yin extinction sky. He didn't hesitate to go against the orthodoxies just to seek justice for the common people. Naturally, they sincerely wished Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong happiness. The grudges between the orthodoxies in the upper realm had nothing to do with them. However, everyone knew that once the longevity war broke out at this time, it would affect the entire upper realm. At that time, no one would be able to escape. Countless mountains, rivers, and territories would be turned into ashes. I've waited for this day for too long. In the depths of the Wushuang immortal dynasty's palace, Yu Mingkong leaned in Gu Chang'e's arms. Her voice was very soft, and her beautiful face couldn't help but show a dazed expression. Before her rebirth, she had been yearning for this day. However, she didn't expect to be betrayed by Gu Chang'e in the end. In this life, Gu Chang'e had changed too much. It made her suspect that the so-called previous life was just a dream. I won't make you wait any longer. Gu Chang'e smiled and helped her tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. I'm truly afraid that all of this will be a dream. If I wake up from this dream, then everything will turn into bubbles. Yu Mingkong raised her sparkling eyes to look at him. Her eyes were full of unconcealable love, but her words were also somewhat hesitant and at a loss. Although she had married Gu Chang'e in her previous life, Gu Chang'e was as cold as ice at that time. He would not touch her at all, let alone be as gentle and attentive as he was now. The more it was like this, the more uneasy she felt. In the end, it was because the wedding date was really approaching and she was nervous in her heart. Usually, she was the lofty female Empress Wushuang, ruling over countless mountains and rivers. A single word from her could cause countless cultivators to lose their heads. But in front of Gu Chang'e, she was just a virtuous wife who wanted to share his burden and soothe the space between his eyebrows. How could this all be a dream? Why are you still talking nonsense at this time? Gu Chang'e chuckled and squeezed her slender, white hand. Actually, he was very clear in his heart that Yu Mingkong was thinking about her past life's wedding and how she was tragically killed by him at this time. That was why she was so worried. The only thing he could do now was to make her feel at ease. That was all. Yu Mingkong nodded and leaned into his embrace, her mood slowly relaxing. Actually, during this time, Xian Er came to find me. At this time, she seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but speak softly. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows. He knew Yu Mingkong's personality. If it wasn't something important, she wouldn't tell him. Then why did Xian Er come to find you? He asked softly. Yu Mingkong's bright eyes suddenly fell on his face, and then she said, Xian Er wants me to pay more attention to you. She's worried that you won't be able to control your demon heart and will attack me on the day of the wedding. So she told me that if I notice anything strange about you, I must tell her immediately. She has a way to help you control the demon heart's demonic nature. She knew from the beginning that Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts and that he had a demon heart. No, it wasn't just that. His identity was far more than just the inheritor of the demonic arts and the demon heart. In her past life, she had been killed by Gu Chang'e only because he wanted to find a suitable excuse to wash away the suspicion on him. Yu Mingkong had always known this, so at the beginning of her rebirth, she was very wary of Gu Chang'e. Then she found that many of his actions and personality were quite different from his past life. In particular, his attitude towards his family, lovers, and followers was completely different. In her past life, Gu Chang'e gave her the feeling that he was an absolutely selfish and cold-blooded person who would not consider anything other than his own interests. But the current Gu Chang'e had a touch of warmth in his heart. But even if it was just a touch of warmth, it was enough to make her satisfied. After all she wanted was to have a place in Gu Chang'e's heart. Why did she suddenly say this to you? The last time we met, I felt that she was hiding something from me. Gu Chang'e frowned slightly when he heard this, but he didn't think that Gu Xian'er was thinking too much. He was just worried that the silly girl would do something stupid. Last time in Peach Village, she almost dug out her own immortal bone to help Gu Chang'e suppress the demon heart's demonic nature. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to be honest with her, so that she won't mess around. Gu Chang'e shook his head lightly. Yu Mingkong also shook her head. I think that Xian'er might have seen something, which is why she suddenly became so worried. She had cultivated the unparalleled Celestial Dynasty's emperor-controlling technique. Although she couldn't see through people's thoughts, she could guess the changes in their minds through subtle changes. When Gu Xian'er came to tell her these things, she was obviously very worried, as if she knew that these things were going to happen. This made Yu Mingkong think of the situation when she was reborn. You're saying that Xian'er came into contact with something related to the future? When Gu Chang'e heard this, he suddenly understood. No wonder zero. 9 looked like she wanted to say something when Gu Xian'er saw him last time. Even after knowing that he was the inheritor of the demonic arts, she didn't pay much attention to him. That was probably because she knew that there were more terrifying things waiting for her in the future. Therefore, in comparison, his identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts seemed insignificant. In that case, the future that Xian'er came into contact with might coincide with Mingkong's rebirth. Why did I choose to kill them in both timelines? Gu Chang'e's brows furrowed even tighter. He felt that he was coming into contact with some truths. If the system was related to him, then all these children of destiny, whether it was in the original timeline or in other timelines, would eventually stand against him. Was this a coincidence? Or was everything predestined? Chapter 761. Gu Chang'e did not think that these were coincidences, just like what Gu Qingyi said before she left. Some things could not be said directly because once it was said, one would suffer the so-called karmic backlash. Just like the taboo era, many orthodoxies and forces were secretive about it, and their expressions changed when they talked about it. That was because the taboo era was abandoned by the heavens. Even now, there was still an aura that could not be erased. Talking about the taboo era would lead to the arrival of those auras, which would lead to the backlash of the heavens. The higher one's cultivation level, the more sensitive they would be to such auras, so they would think of ways to avoid it. When I break through to the immortal realm, perhaps I'll gradually know the truth. Gu Chang'e was not too troubled by these problems. He had a deep relationship with Gu Qingyi, and his identity at that time was the Demon Lord. How could Gu Qingyi's identity be that simple? Of course, Gu Changa also remembered that Gu Qingyi had told him about the bet before she left. He would remember it sooner or later. What was this bet about? Changa, what's wrong? Are you thinking about something? Yu Mingkong's gentle voice came, and Gu Changa returned to his senses. She extended her slender and flawless jade fingers and gently smoothed his furrowed brows. Nothing. I just suddenly thought of some things that might happen in the future. I'm afraid the upper realm will be in chaos soon. Although you and I have the power to protect ourselves, I'm still worried that some unexpected beings will appear. Once the epic Dao fruit appears, the immortal sex battle will not be far away. I'm afraid the entire upper realm will become a battlefield. Gu Changa shook his head and returned to his senses. He planned to tell Yu Mingkong about the epic tree so that she could make some preparations. Otherwise, when the time came to kill the upper realm, the unparalleled immortal dynasty would also be killed. That would not be worth it. Apart from that, he had to let her know about the immortal sex and make plans. Epic tree, epic Dao fruit is about to ripen. So the epic tree that all the orthodoxies couldn't find in the 8 desolates 10 regions ended up in your hands in the end. No wonder we couldn't find anything, even after searching through the entire 8 desolates 10 regions. Once this news spreads, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yu Mingkong was also shocked when she heard this. She understood that this matter was very important. Once the news of the epic tree was exposed, the entire upper realm would be shaken. No orthodoxy could sit still, especially those who had lived for a long time and whose cultivation base could no longer improve. They would definitely go crazy and do whatever it took to seize the epic tree and the opportunity to ascend to immortality. The epic tree nurtured the epic Dao fruit, which could complete and mend the incomplete laws of heaven and earth, allowing the immortal gate to descend. But how many immortal Dao existences could the newly repaired heaven and earth laws contain? Everything was still unknown. Therefore, no matter who it was, as long as they had the ambition to enter the immortal sect, they would do everything they could to fight for the opportunity to enter the immortal sect. I already have a plan for the epic tree, so there's no need to worry too much. However, the situation in the entire upper realm will change drastically when the time comes. There might even be a reshuffle. Gu Changa shook his head gently. When the time comes, I'll let the dark heavenly court descend and start the great purge, thus unifying the upper realm. The dark heavenly court had always existed in the dark. It had never truly shown itself to the orthodoxies in the upper realm, but the power it had accumulated was already enormous. The number of Dao attainment puppets alone had already surpassed the average imperishable orthodoxy. There was even the incomplete immortal heir in charge, as well as the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerable that Gu Changa had refined into a puppet, not to mention the many believers and countless lower realms that were secretly involved. Once these forces were gathered, it was enough to make people tremble in fear. Of course, the treasures Gu Changa had accumulated over the years were also extremely shocking. The treasures of the various clans in the immortal ancient continent, the treasures of destroying the Purple Mansion realm, the treasures of the business alliance of 10,000 Daos, the treasures of conquering the 8 desolates 10 regions. There were too many to imagine. These would become the foundation of the dark heavenly court. Changa, do you really plan to kill the entire upper realm? If you do so, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, there's no turning back in the future. You'll stand on the opposite side of the entire world. Hearing these words, Yu Mingkong only asked softly. Her eyes were very calm, and there was no uneasiness or fear. The consequences of killing the entire upper realm did not need to think too much to know how terrifying it would be, and what he would have to bear. The upper realm was incomparably vast. Throughout its endless existence, many orthodoxies and forces had been born. How many ultimate powerhouses were there? How many people with a strong foundation were there? Even some aristocratic families and clans that had never shown themselves in the world would appear because of this. When the time came, they would all become enemies. Even the thought of ordinary Tao attainment puppets would make people tremble in fear. From the moment I started on this path, I didn't have any choice. Gu Changa smiled and said casually, "Moreover, I won't fail. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I will always be by your side." Yu Mingkong gently held his hand. Her tone was very light, but it contained unimaginable determination. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, heaven and earth trembled. A sky-shaking dragon roar rang out from the depths of the star domain. 9 quasi-emperor level flood dragons pulled a white jade carriage as they sped over. Below their feet was a sky full of red light, like a dazzling river of stars. They directly extended from the other side of the star domain, directly landing in the depths of the Wushuang Immortal Dynasty's imperial palace. A vast and mighty army, riding on many ancient ferocious beasts, separated into 2 sides, and exuded a majestic aura. 7 Tao attainment puppets with terrifying auras stood before the gates of the Wushuang Immortal Dynasty's imperial palace, as if they were waiting. The entire world was covered in red. Golden lotuses bloomed, clear springs flowed, auspicious scenes intertwined. Spirit deer cried, red-crowed cranes danced, and many beautiful singers sang and danced. Wonderful and moving. After crossing many star domains, the bridal escort army of the Longevity, Gu clan, finally arrived outside the Wushuang Immortal Dynasty's imperial palace. The vast and boundless army was like a terrifying beast that could devour the universe. They were in charge of escorting the bridal escort team. Their killing intent shook the heavens, intimidating all the cultivators along the way. In this army, one could faintly sense the aura of the immortal Tao permeating the air. Among them, there was an immortal artifact that was held by a character with a strong foundation. It was supported by a vast amount of magic power, awakening it as a deterrent. Outside the Wushuang Immortal Dynasty's imperial palace, many supreme experts were already waiting for the arrival of the Longevity Gu clan, an old imperial uncle dressed in dragon robes, with a dignified expression and a violet gold crown on his head, exuded a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to tremble. His gaze slowly swept over the many guests in the surroundings, carrying a strong sense of oppression. Without a doubt, this was also a character with a strong foundation. The vicissitudes of life in the depths of his eyes were difficult to conceal. His cultivation base far surpassed ordinary Tao attainment puppets. Beside him, there was a group of royal relatives, including the previous emperor of the Wushuang Immortal Dynasty and the other princes. Their cultivation bases were unfathomably deep. Moon Sovereign. In the wedding procession of the Longevity Gu clan, an old man chuckled as he walked out. The aura of a Tao attainment puppet also permeated from his body. The Moon Sovereign was Yu Mingkong's father, and at the same time, he was also the previous emperor of the Wushuang Immortal Dynasty. He had a close relationship with Gu Changa's father, Gu Lintian. Mingkong is currently with Changa. I'm afraid they will come out soon. The Moon Sovereign also chuckled and greeted when he heard this, his face filled with unconcealable joy. As he spoke, he swept his gaze around. Although Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong's wedding had yet to truly take place, today was only a wedding procession, bringing Yu Mingkong back to the Longevity Gu clan. However, the guests who came here all had extremely terrifying statuses. They were practically the peak of the higher realms. They were either the sect masters of the imperishable sects, the clan leaders and old ancestors of the everlasting clans, or even the Tao attainment ancestors of the supreme ancient immortal clans. There were even some hidden characters who appeared in the shadows, coldly watching everything. It had been many years since such a grand event happened in the higher realms. No power or orthodoxy could sit still. After today, the situation in the higher realms would undergo an unimaginable change. The marriage of 2 supreme powers, just Gu Changa alone, was enough to cause countless cultivators in the higher realms to feel fear. Once he controlled the resources of the Wushuang Immortal Dynasty, No one would dare to imagine what would happen in the future. Once the two of them get married, Gu Changa will control the Wushuang immortal dynasty and have the support of the longevity Gu clan. He has also accumulated a lot of strength over these years, and his own cultivation base is also unfathomable. If he wants to destroy an imperishable orthodoxy like last time, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. No one can contend against him anymore, unless all the orthodoxies join forces to suppress him. In the shadows, there were many blurry figures. When they saw everything, their expressions sunk to the extreme. They already foresaw that a power that surpassed all the orthodoxies and aristocratic families was slowly appearing. As for stopping this wedding, right now, in the higher realms, there might not be any power who dared to do this, unless many imperishable orthodoxies discussed and joined forces. Otherwise, who could endure the fury of the Wushuang immortal dynasty and longevity Gu clan? The imperial capital was incomparably vast, occupying a great amount of land. Ancient divine mountains, silver waterfalls cascading down, boundless immortal mist curling about, like an immortal holy land. Right now, the entire imperial capital was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, a festive scene everywhere. Immortal cranes danced in the air, Chilan phantoms interweaving, spirit deer running and jumping everywhere, golden lotuses blooming in the void, clear springs gushing out from the ground. There were Tao attainments overseeing the sky dome, sitting there, explaining the essence of the great Tao. Immortal puppets appeared, radiance pervading the air, incomparably pure and holy, filling the entire star domain with a peaceful aura. Almost all the cultivators who personally witnessed this wedding were shaken by this grand display, never forgetting this scene for the rest of their lives. The red carpet that extended all the way from the depths of the imperial palace was refined by the Tao attainments from the stars that filled the sky. Many ancient stars were also refined by the supreme magic power, becoming stairs that descended step by step towards the white jade carriage. There were too many, not to mention the millions and millions of miles of red makeup. Even some female Tao attainments were filled with thick envy in their hearts. Even the heavenly marriage of the ancient era was probably not so shocking and extravagant. Not to mention those heavenly favored girls. Their hearts were even more envious to the extreme, not knowing what to say. If they had such a wedding in their life, they would have no regrets even if they died. In the imperial capital, all the subjects and citizens stood orderly on both sides of the long street. The remaining cultivators could only watch from afar, from an extremely far distance, with eyes full of shock as this wedding shook the entire higher realms. Boom! At this time, in the depths of the imperial capital, a sky full of red clouds appeared, illuminating heaven and earth in a translucent and resplendent light. Finally, the ruler of the entire Wushuang immortal dynasty, the current Mingkong Empress, appeared. She wore a phoenix coronet, a robe, and her head was covered with a veil. Her hands were crossed in front of her stomach. Her figure was slender and tall, slowly walking over step by step, noble and elegant. She was like a mythical empress descending, peerless in her generation. Even though her face could not be seen, she was so beautiful that she did not seem like a creature of this world. At this moment, almost everyone was deeply shocked by the scene, unable to recover for a long time. Behind the empress Yu Mingkong, a long dress dragged on the ground, dragged by more than 100 Saint Realm maids. The maids leading the way on both sides were quasi-emperors. Gu Changa was dressed in black wedding clothes, with a smile on his face, handsome and elegant, holding Yu Mingkong's hand, walking all the way from the depths of the imperial palace to the white jade carriage that was waiting for them. It was said to be a white jade carriage, but in fact it was made of special immortal jade, the cost of which was extremely terrifying. Even if a Tao attainment cultivator spent a lifetime of foundation, they would not be able to make such an extremely luxurious immortal jade carriage. What a pair of immortals! When many guests saw this scene, even though they were deeply afraid of Gu Changa, they could not help but say this from the bottom of their hearts. In front of the imperial capital, the the people of the peerless immortal court and the longevity Gu family quietly breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Gu Changa bring Yu Mingkong into the immortal jade carriage, and also relax their tense nerves. It was not because they were afraid of those forces interfering, but purely because they did not want to cause trouble at such an auspicious time and cause a bloody disaster. Of course, they were also very confident that there were many supreme experts guarding this place, and there were also experts with immortal weapons in the dark, deterring everything. Even if they were similarly experts, they would not dare to act rashly. Roar, roar, roar. Soon, 9 quasi-emperors let out heaven-shaking dragon roars and began to speed into the sky. The vast procession also followed the red passage that passed through many star domains and set foot on the way back. The entire universe was filled with a festive mood. Every star was covered with red clouds, and countless auspicious beasts presented gifts. The momentum was shocking. Outside the imperial capital of the peerless immortal court, countless cultivators and experts watched this scene, unable to recover for a long time. Some of the Tao attainments cultivators who were hiding in the dark also shook their heads slightly, sighing deeply. Unless they wanted to die, no one dared to interfere at this time. That would be a situation where one would not rest until one was dead. Chapter 762. Hong Zhuang traveled hundreds of millions of miles, all the way to the depths of the universe. A huge army followed behind, and there were even Tao attainments and people secretly escorting them to ensure that this wedding ceremony would go smoothly. The unparalleled Celestial Dynasty and the longevity Gu family were actually very far apart. Even if they used a large-scale teleportation formation, it would still take a long time. Therefore, in the process of this wedding ceremony, there were already Tao attainments who tore the universe passage in advance and stabilized it with great magic power to ensure that the procession would not be disturbed. The entire universe was shaking, emitting an earth-shattering sound. Endless brilliance of order lingered in the various star regions. Almost all the orthodoxies in the upper realm were paying close attention to all of this through different means. They either sent Tao attainments to follow the escorting guests and return to the longevity Gu family with the army, or they sent spies to watch from afar and send the news back. Of course, after the wedding ceremony, Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong's wedding would truly begin. For this wedding ceremony, the longevity Gu family had invited almost the entire upper realm. Any force with a little bit of background would do everything to get an invitation. After all, being able to participate in this wedding meant that they had the qualifications to squeeze into the peak of the upper realm. This was also a proof of their strength. Rumble. In each star region, the sound of the sky trembling could be heard. Ancient warships, carriages, ancient ferocious beasts, Taoist academies, divine mountains. Many mystical Dharma artifacts carried many cultivators, carrying a majestic aura, to the star region where the longevity Gu family was located. Of course, many guests also began to rush over from all over. Whether they had ulterior motives or sincerely wished them well, they all brought extremely heavy gifts. Some of the ancient life forbidden zones that were shrouded in fog all year round, existing even longer than some of the imperishable orthodoxies, also made a move today. Carriages made of immortal gold were pulled by white jade Qilins, carrying many congratulatory gifts, and were sent out. Although many forbidden zones did not receive an invitation, they still sent people to deliver many valuable gifts, not daring to offend the longevity Gu family at this time. After all, the surrounding forbidden zones had sent gifts, but they did not. Was this not obviously offending them? The forbidden area stood outside the boundless secular world and was completely isolated from the outside world. However, this did not mean that it would not be disturbed by the outside world. The foundations of many taboos were far inferior to those ancient orthodoxies. Looks like these orthodoxies aren't that stupid after all. They've reined themselves in. In the cosmic passageway leading back to the longevity Gu family, an enlightened ancestral patriarch of the Gu family was talking to Gu Changa. His sharp eyes scanned the surrounding star regions. Although the wedding ceremony went smoothly in the beginning, it was hard to guarantee that nothing would go wrong in the middle. Gu Changa sat on a quasi-emperor level, pure-blooded dragon horse and said with a smile, "Elder ancestor, you don't have to be so cautious. At this time, they won't dare to make a move unless several orthodoxies join forces." He wasn't worried that some experts would jump out to interfere. Instead, he was worried that there would be no one. This meant that a bigger storm was brewing, and those orthodoxies were waiting for the right opportunity. For example, if they couldn't deal with him, they could deal with Yu Mingkong. In short, they had to do everything they could to stop this wedding. Gu Changa knew the objectives and intentions of these orthodoxies. They had to find a way to control all future unstable factors and eliminate them in the cradle. Now that he had grown to this stage, there was not much of a chance to deal with him. Therefore, the most likely target was actually Yu Mingkong. After all, if anything happened to either him or Yu Mingkong, this marriage alliance would definitely be for naught. Actually, Mingkong is in much more danger than I am now. Gu Changa naturally had plans for this. He had refined the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord into a puppet and had arranged for him to be by Yu Mingkong's side to protect her. In terms of cultivation, Yu Mingkong had collected many opportunities over the years and cultivated with the help of the boundless fortune of the unparalleled immortal dynasty. She was only at the quasi-supreme level now. Although she was far stronger than many young supremes, she could not resist at all against those who had achieved Tao. She could only fight against those who had achieved Tao in the unparalleled immortal dynasty's imperial capital with the help of the fortune of heaven and earth there. In the next few days, the wedding procession did not encounter any accidents. The journey back was exceptionally quiet, and the surrounding universe was very peaceful. There were less than 3 days left before they would return to the longevity Gu clan's star domain. Many orthodoxies who were closely watching the wedding procession were extremely disappointed. They did not see anyone messing around with the wedding procession. Finally, they couldn't hold back and chose to make a move. If that's the case, it's time to let the entire upper realm know. Gu Changa, who had been sitting upright on the dragon horse, suddenly opened his eyes with a profound expression. After devouring and refining the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord soul, his spiritual power was so vast and terrifying that even a remnant immortal could not compare to it. Therefore, he immediately sensed an obscure fluctuation flashing by somewhere in the starry domain ahead of him. Tell the procession to stop first. Someone has set up a formation restriction in advance, and there are also Tao attainment immortals lying in ambush. Gu Changa waved his hand and informed the 2 Tao attainment immortals in front of him. Then, without waiting for the 2 Tao attainment immortals to respond, he took a step forward and quickly disappeared. At the same time, a vast and majestic aura erupted, as if the gates of heaven and earth were suddenly opened. Turbulent, chaotic aura covered the entire area. The sky trembled and thousands of stars swayed. The entire universe seemed to be distorting at this moment, as if it was about to collapse. This was an unparalleled pressure, far stronger than ordinary Tao attainment immortals. It was comparable to a remnant immortal. Changa, the 2 Tao attainment immortals riding side by side with Gu Changa, did not have time to react before Gu Changa's figure appeared at the forefront of the procession. His expression was cold, like an invincible immortal king. His black robe was suffused with a terrifying pressure, and his palm was like a boundless continent that came crashing down from the depths of heaven and earth. Rumble! That place immediately exploded, and boundless light soared into the sky. The terrifying formation patterns that were engraved in the void were also immediately revealed. Then, large patches of them were destroyed, collapsing like a torrent. This place had long been arranged. Many powerhouses had set up an ambush in all directions of the star field. They held various forbidden weapons in their hands, waiting here to interfere with this wedding. Although they were destined to fail, it was worth it for them to slightly interfere with this wedding. After all, it was purely to discuss the longevity Gu family and this marriage alliance. Rumble! that invincible aura that made people tremble swept over like a flood. Even the Tao attainment immortals of the Gu family felt waves of fear. Before this, the entire upper realm, including the longevity Gu family, had been guessing Gu Changa's strength. They wanted to know what level he had reached. After destroying Hell, many people guessed that he might have some kind of treasure that could unleash the strength of a remnant immortal. That was why he could destroy the fourth hull of Hell, which was the most difficult to remove. However, there was no evidence for such guesses. Many people also felt that no matter how monstrous and incredible Gu Changa was, it was impossible for him to have the strength comparable to a remnant immortal. But now, Gu Changa's aura was comparable to that of a remnant immortal. Even the many ancestors of the Gu clan were shocked by this scene. Huge waves of emotions surged in their hearts. Strength comparable to a hidden figure. No wonder countless people are afraid. How many years has it been? When the immortal path descends, becoming an immortal is inevitable. An enlightened ancestor of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, who was in charge of escorting the wedding, was also stunned for a long time when he saw this scene. In the star field, countless cultivators and living beings were shocked speechless when they saw this scene. They could no longer calm down. Our guesses are all wrong. Gu Changa already has the strength of a hidden figure. He has never shown his strength in front of the world before. Today, he is doing this to let the world know all of this. He is already standing at the peak of the upper realm. He is already at the same height as the hidden figures. Many supreme experts who had been paying close attention to the wedding procession gasped at this moment. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. No one expected that Gu Changa would suddenly make a move at this time and directly show his extremely powerful strength without hiding it. The news and scene of this place were immediately sent back to the orthodoxies behind them. The entire upper realm began to shake. Gu Changa did not say anything. His expression was cold and deep. Since he had shown his strength today, it was to let the entire upper realm know. Kill. As the light that filled the sky exploded, the runes were destroyed. Many hidden experts in this place attacked at the same time, using all kinds of precious techniques. They came from many orthodoxies and were all existences like death warriors. They were not afraid of death. They were heavenly sabers, divine swords, ancient lamps, green cauldrons. One by one, supreme treasures appeared. They shone brilliantly, covering the stars with shocking power. Among them, there were even 3 who had achieved the Tao. They were holding some kind of ancient forbidden weapon with terrifying power. Just a wisp of fluctuation that spread out was enough to make the edge of the universe blur and collapse. Buzz. However, as Gu Changa gently flicked his finger, the void and even the firmament in front of him trembled. A faint golden sword chi gushed out from his hand. The brilliance covered heaven and earth, causing a terrifying rumbling sound to be heard. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. In just an instant, the group of experts who were charging at him exploded, including the one who had achieved the Tao with the forbidden weapon. His body was hit by the sword chi, and with a bang, he turned into a bloody mist. His body and soul were destroyed, extremely far away. Everyone who saw this scene was terrified to the extreme. Their souls trembled, and they actually couldn't summon up the will to resist. This was too terrifying. This was the strength of a hidden figure. Gu Changa's cultivation had already reached this level. Killing an ordinary Tao enlightened expert was easier than killing an ant. Kill. Fight it out with him. When the remaining 2 Tao enlightened experts saw this, they were frightened for a moment. Then they roared angrily, and their bodies seemed to be burning. Like a shocking thunder, the divine furnace pierced through the sky. Chi and blood rushed out from the top of their heads. They were like indestructible ancient divine beasts, charging at Gu Changa. As Tao enlightened experts, they burned their divine souls and origin. This kind of aura was too terrifying. It was like a volcanic eruption. This fluctuation could definitely shake the stars millions of miles away into dust. In another direction, another Tao enlightened expert also turned into a golden light and rushed up. His speed was indescribable. He performed a supreme fist technique. Like a war immortal, he was invincible as he charged at Gu Changa. At this moment, heaven and earth were covered by the fist shadows. There was even a vague image of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It turned into 6 ancient dry wells, trying to suppress Gu Changa. Facing the joint attack of 2 Tao enlightened experts, Gu Changa's expression was still cold and deep. When the fist landed, he raised his hand and reached forward. It was as if a universe was condensing and appearing. A supreme aura of the world appeared, letting out a majestic, rumbling sound. There were also stars in the sky condensing and rotating, directly crushing and destroying the 6 dry wells. Chi. Then Gu Changa struck out a peerless sword chi in another direction, containing the ultimate rule of destruction. In an instant, a black light tore through heaven and earth, turning into a true dragon of destruction that rushed up in the blink of an eye. Poof! The sword light rushed past, as if it had swept through all the spirits of heaven and earth, sweeping through the ancient heavens and destroying the world. What is this? The Tao enlightened expert, who was burning his divine soul, looked terrified. His divine soul was frozen, and he could no longer move. All his Dharma treasures and defensive means could not resist it all and were all penetrated. He could not die in peace. The sword light that was less than an inch long pierced through his forehead, leaving a bloody hole. Then hundreds and thousands of sword lights shot out from his body. Bam! In an instant his body was full of sword holes, then shattered in the void, leaving nothing behind. He was directly destroyed in both body and spirit. Even at the moment of his death, he could not even summon that terrifying forbidden artifact. Even his soul seemed to have been buried in a river of unknown origin. The other Tao enlightened expert was directly killed by Gu Changa's palm. His divine soul collapsed and dissipated, and he did not even have time to scream. At this point, the fluctuation in the area quickly calmed down. The rest of the men of sacrifice also exploded in the fluctuation just now, turning into dust. This is the means of a person with a strong foundation. He has already involved the rule of time. Gu Changa is stronger than the average person with a strong foundation. Killing Tao enlightened experts is like slaughtering dogs. He's definitely showing off to the orthodoxies by doing this. In the distance, the people who saw the end of the battle could not help but shudder. Their faces were pale with fear. Many Tao enlightened experts felt chills all over their bodies as they felt the same way. If they had stepped forward just now, they would not have been able to withstand one palm from Gu Changa and would have been smashed into a bloody mist. After all, the battle ended too quickly, as if it was over in a flash. Gu Changa only attacked 3 times from the time he appeared to the time he wiped out everything. And in those 3 attacks, 3 Tao enlightened experts had fallen. Chapter 763. Gu Changa displayed the strength of a remnant immortal. In a flash, he dealt with the 3 enlightened immortals and many saint-level loyalists who were lying in ambush here. This made everyone who witnessed all this unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Their hearts were full of shock. Previously, everyone was doubting Gu Changa's strength and wanted to know what realm he had reached. However, now that they knew, they were all speechless. Their eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness. It was very creepy, and their minds were buzzing. Gu Changa was definitely using his own strength to intimidate the current upper realm. Many of the scenes here were immediately reported back by the spies of various orthodoxies. It would not be long before it spread throughout the entire upper realm. On the way back to the Longevity Gu family, the 3 enlightened immortals set up an ambush. In the end, it was destroyed by Gu Changa in less than 3 breaths of time. Such a battle record was probably not something that could be achieved by other people with a strong foundation. In the star domain, Gu Changa stood tall. His figure was slender and blurry. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and his ink-black hair was sparkling and shining. There was even a faint, chaotic aura intertwining. His entire person was like a young, immortal king. His eyes were cold and deep. He slowly scanned his surroundings. As his eyes flashed, there was a flash of light. It was like a terrifying, chaotic, true thunder that streaked across the universe, splitting the rules and order. It was terrifying. The troops continued to move forward. He ordered calmly, and let the Gu family troops continue to move forward and return to the longevity Gu family. Usually, no matter what happened, Gu Changa always had the image of a humble and gentle immortal in front of others. He was gentle and elegant. He was rarely so cold and ruthless. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the terrifying scene of the universe collapsing appeared. The surrounding universe was silent. Even the many supreme experts who were hiding in the dark could not help but shudder. Even their divine souls were trembling. However, they could understand. After all, this was Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong's wedding. It even happened during the wedding. The orthodoxies in the dark sent out their Tao attainments to interfere. They wanted to annoy Gu Changa and the longevity Gu family during this joyous occasion. If it were them, they would definitely not be able to tolerate this kind of thing. 3 Tao attainment realm cultivators are making a move. It seems to be similar to Changa's guess. If that's the case, there are at least 3 orthodoxies involved. There's definitely more than that. In the wedding procession, Yu Mingkong, who sat in the immortal jade carriage, had a cold expression. She did not lift the curtain to look at the scene outside. To her, with Gu Changa's strength, there was nothing to worry about. In today's upper realm, unless it was someone with a strong background who held an immortal weapon and attacked him, he would not be in any danger. But no matter what, such a thing was no different from a sign that her wedding with Gu Changa this time would not go smoothly. Golden words flashed in the void and imprinted themselves on a decree. Then they were sent out and disappeared. All these years, Yu Mingkong had been secretly training Shilua Wei according to Gu Changa's request. It was an extremely terrifying force. Every Shilua Wei's strength was comparable to that of a saint. Due to the secret cultivation method, they were not afraid of death, fear, or pain. They even mastered hundreds of joint attack techniques. The leaders of Shilua Wei were supremes, boundary emperors, and even Tao attainments. This terrifying force had always been hidden in many small worlds and had never truly shown itself in the upper realm. Yu Mingkong planned to wait for the right time to reveal this force and catch her enemies off guard. Soon, the mighty wedding procession set off again. The universe shook, the stars trembled, and several Tao attainments from the longevity Gu family flew out. They led the way at the front of the procession. Their eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. They slowly scanned the surrounding stars and universes to prevent the same situation from happening again. News about this place also spread to the heavens of the upper realm at the first moment. The one-eyed Taoist, heavenly maiden Jin Yang, ancient Buddhaksana, and many other hidden figures were silent. Before this, they could still sigh about the younger generation's strength. But now, they obviously did not have the right to do so. 3 Tao attainment realm cultivators were killed by him in such a manner. This kid hid his strength well. I originally thought that he had just entered the ranks of Tao attainment realm cultivators, and that he had relied on some sort of supreme treasure or method to destroy hell. In the depths of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the one-eyed Taoist expression was extremely ugly. He directly slapped the mountain peak in front of him into ashes. Among the 3 Tao attainments, one of them was sent out by him. He was a follower in his early years. He had been sealed for many years and had long exhausted his vitality. He did not have much time left and had no chance to reach a higher realm. That was why the one-eyed Taoist sent him out. He wanted to annoy the longevity Gu family and at the same time test which powerhouses were hidden in the wedding procession this time. But he did not expect that Gu Changa alone would destroy these people with just a lift of his palm. This caused his state of mind to waver and become somewhat unstable. He felt that it would not be long before he really encountered Gu Changa, and even he might not be his match. It was not that the one-eyed Taoist did not have the ability to reach the level of a ruined immortal. His other eye was blinded because of prying into the mysteries of heaven. At this moment, that feeling in the unseen world was simply unprecedentedly strong. The space between his eyebrows was in intense pain. It even began to crack and blood flowed out. It was extremely terrifying. No, I have to get rid of Gu Changa. Otherwise, I will really die in his hands. The one-eyed Taoist's expression was ugly. His figure blurred, and the void in front of him cracked open. He stepped directly into it and appeared in an extremely vast and magnificent palace. This palace did not seem to exist in this world. It was even a little blurry, causing the void to become unstable and many great Tao cracks to appear. Some withered stars floated in the surroundings. Even the traces of the flow of time had slowed down. In these palaces, there were 3 terrifying figures surrounded by chaotic fog sitting cross-legged on praying mats. Just by sitting there, they gave off a terrifying aura that could crush the heavens. The laws and order were even blurred. Brothers, if you still don't appear, my Heavenly Emperor Mountain's orthodoxy will probably end in this world. The opportunity to become an immortal is right in front of us. I hope the 3 of you can quickly wake up. After the one-eyed Taoist arrived, he also let out a long sigh of relief. Then he spoke to the 3 figures in front of him. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain had existed for a long time and had once ruled the 10,000 ancient races. The rulers that were born came from various races and had different bloodlines. The 3 people in front of him were the other 3 existences of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain that had existed in this world for a long time. Their cultivation was not weaker than his. After sensing the one-eyed Taoist's aura, the 3 people sitting cross-legged on the praying mats opened their eyes slightly, as if they were about to slowly open them. Seeing this, the one-eyed Taoist's face revealed a look of joy. He did not believe that Gu Changa could do anything to him with 4 powerful figures and many powerful immortal artifacts in the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The team in charge of picking up the bride finally passed through the long universe tunnel and returned to the star region where the longevity Gu family was. There were no more accidents along the way. All the stars were dressed in red, and the multicolored light intertwined. The auspicious scene was reflected everywhere in the sky, causing this part of the universe to be filled with a festive scene. In the vast territory, there were countless star regions and countless ancient life stars. As the subordinate force of the longevity Gu family, almost every ancient life star was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Cranes spread their wings and flew across the sky. In the star regions near the central area, the divine mountains were even more majestic and magnificent. They stretched on without an end. Before this, they had already been refined by the ultimate powerhouses of the longevity Gu family and became the residence of the guests. After all, this wedding was too grand. Almost all the oldest orthodoxies in the upper realm would be present. Ordinary forces would not have the chance to enter the central area at all. They could only temporarily stay in the outermost area. However, even so, the outermost regions were still fully occupied. It was extremely lively, and there were figures of cultivators everywhere. Rumble. The universe rumbled as the bridal escort team returned. They stepped on the red Milky Way that was intertwined with multicolored lights and headed toward the Gu family's main island. His wedding. On the divine mountain island, many distinguished guests were present. They watched the immortal jade carriage from afar as it landed in the deepest part of the Gu family. The demon realm's empress, Xiao, was dressed in a phoenix robe. Her figure was slender, and her face was cold and beautiful. However, she was stunned for a moment as she watched Gu Changa riding away on the dragon horse. Then, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Although it had only been a few years since Gu Changa left the demon realm, it seemed very long to her, because she knew that days like this would only get longer in the future. Perhaps it would be forever. After all, The falling flowers were still intentional, but the flowing water was heartless. Things were like the spring breeze blowing away without a trace. Young Master Gu, in the direction of the other island, there were also several figures watching this scene from afar. Their hearts were sour and envious. Yen Ji, Lin Qiuhan, they used to have a very deep relationship with Gu Chang'e. However, as Gu Chang'e's strength and status became more terrifying, they gradually could not keep up. They could no longer see him. Occasionally, they would see him, but it was only through the images that were circulated around the upper realm. Chapter 764. The young master specially ordered me to bring you to the inner island. A beautiful and enchanting woman in white walked over. Her foxtail was white and fluffy, and she was being carried by 4 maids. She said to Lin Qiuhan, Yen Ji, and the others in front of her with a smile, "You're the heavenly maiden Yin Mei." Yen Ji had followed Gu Chang'e for a while, so he was familiar with his confidant, the heavenly maiden of the 9-tailed fox clan, Yin Mei. Lin Qiuhan, on the other hand, was unfamiliar with Yin Mei. She had been cultivating in the Purple Pole alchemy sect and had almost no contact with the outside world. Her attainments in alchemy were extremely high. In just a few years, she had surpassed many elders. But now, this was obviously of no help to Gu Chang'e. So, Gu Chang'e almost never came to the Purple Pole alchemy sect again. This is the young master's confidant. She has been helping the young master with the business alliance's matters. She is also the person behind the business alliance, Yen Ji explained to Lin Qiuhan. She and Lin Qiuhan got to know Gu Chang'e when they were in the lower realm. So, when she had nothing to do, she would go to the Purple Pole alchemy sect and talk to Lin Qiuhan. After a while, the two became more familiar with each other. "Greetings, heavenly maiden Yin Mei." Lin Qiuhan was a little nervous. After all, she was just a small figure. In front of Yin Mei, she really had no say. "You don't have to be so formal. Follow me to the inner island." Yin Mei smiled. Her behavior was dignified and polite. Even though her face was stunning and had shocking charm, she did not look seductive. Because of her special identity, many people in the longevity Gu clan recognized her. They even thought that she was Gu Chang'e's concubine. Lin Qiuhan, Yen Ji, and the others followed Yin Mei through many teleportation formations and entered the inner island. Compared to the star region outside, the inner island was a completely different world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a real immortal world. The entire longevity Gu clan was decorated with lanterns and decorations. The small world that the ancestor had created with his supreme divine ability was also decorated with festive red ribbons and lanterns. In this place, even if one were to explode with power that far surpassed the immortal realm, it would still be impossible to destroy anything. Islands dotted the landscape like stars in the sky, mountains and rivers, waterfalls swirling in the air, clouds and rosy clouds enshrouded in immortal mist. Many guests who were entering the inner island of the longevity Gu family for the first time were shocked by this majestic and terrifying aura. Their hearts were filled with horror. That kind of thick and majestic foundation aura was definitely not something an ordinary, imperishable orthodoxy could compare to. At the end of the heavens, one could even see the sun, moon, and stars swirling about. Silver streams cascaded downwards, erupting with crashing sounds, as if they were descending from the end of the universe. Large stars surrounded by chaotic aura hung down one after another. Their brilliance was dazzling to the extreme. On every island, the silhouettes of many immemorial ferocious beasts could be seen, opening their mouths wide enough to swallow the sun and the moon. Among them, there was a dragon turtle. Its figure was even crawling at the end of the earth, as if it was dozing off. However, just a strand of its aura was enough to make the hearts of those who had attained the Tao palpitate. In the east, there was a green dragon all over. It was entrenched on an ancient divine mountain. Its body covered the sky, and its scales were like lakes. Its eyes were cold and merciless. The moment it swept past, many guests felt their scalps go numb, and their bodies trembled. In addition, there was also a divine bird all over red. It soared in the chaotic fog. The moment it spread its wings, it shook away the endless laws and order between heaven and earth. Its temperature was terrifyingly high. The vast, desolate forest spread, extending to the depths of the longevity Gu clan. That place was even more majestic. Auspicious light shone, immortal aura lingered, and divine mist glistened. It was as if a true dragon was soaring in the sky, or a black tortoise was splitting the earth. Dense, chaotic fog shrouded the place. It was like a place that existed before the creation of heaven and earth. It was mysterious and boundless. Such scenes caused all the guests to have solemn expressions. Their hearts could not calm down, and endless waves were produced. This is the foundation of the longevity Gu clan, an elder from the primeval immortal tribe side. His expression was full of amazement and shock. Beside him were the siblings Yi Langtian and Yi Liuli. They had a deep friendship with Gu Changa. However, now they could only quietly follow behind their elders and participate in Gu Changa's wedding this time. In fact, there were still many of the younger generation from the upper realm who came this time. However, they all followed behind their elders and were very quiet. Only when they looked at the many mystical places of the longevity Gu clan would they reveal many expressions of amazement and shock. In the inner island of the longevity Gu clan, immortal fog shrouded. Immortal flowers bloomed, and clear splendor filled the air. A path that looked like it could only accommodate a few people, but was incomparably spacious appeared. It extended all the way to the depths of the fog. There were many majestic palaces there, as if they were located at the end of the universe. The vast sound of the falling heavenly river and the rotation of the stars could be heard. On both sides, there were many knights on ferocious beasts guarding this place. Their auras were awe-inspiring and terrifying. All the guests followed this path and entered the main hall where the wedding was about to be held. There was a different world there. Although it did not look big, it was an ancient, great world that could accommodate countless people through spatial means. Inside the palace, figures flickered and fog filled the air. Unless they were very close, it was impossible to see each other's true appearance. Even those who had achieved the Tao were surprised and needed to use their divine sense to probe their surroundings. It was as if they were in a vast world with the sun, moon, and stars rotating above their heads, shining brilliantly. Of course, this was a terrifying forbidden artifact that the longevity Gu clan had specially refined for this purpose and suppressed in the palace. 00 before the wedding began, the guests were allowed to rest here to avoid encountering enemies and causing unnecessary trouble. Greetings, young Master Changa. In front of the palace, Gu Changa was receiving guests with a group of elders of the Gu clan. There was a slight smile on his handsome face as he nodded to the guests. In the distance, a group of grand patriarchs of the Taichu divine sect were also busy in the surroundings. His mother and father were also receiving guests and doing their part as hosts. After all, the orthodoxies who could enter this temple were the true overlords of the upper realm. They could easily change the world with a single word. The reincarnation Tao Lake has sent 3 reincarnation immortal jades, 3 bottles of boundless holy water, and 1 piece of enlightenment immortal gold. At the entrance of the palace, a group of guests walked in. Many people were shocked when they heard these gifts and hurriedly turned to look at the entrance. The leader was a true figure. His eyes were gray and white, and he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. There was a gray horn on his head, and his strength was extremely terrifying. The reincarnation Tao Lake was an extremely low-key orthodoxy in the upper realm, but that did not affect its mysteriousness at all. Now, on Gu Changa's wedding day, they sent a powerful figure to personally deliver a big gift. This is Senior Wia. I didn't expect you to come in person. The 18th ancestor often talks about you. An elder of the Gu clan was shocked when he saw this, but then he smiled and personally came to receive the people from the reincarnation Tao Lake. It was obvious that the reincarnation Tao Lake had some kind of relationship with the longevity Gu clan. The gifts they brought were also extremely shocking. The 18th ancestor he mentioned was the one who had once appeared and killed the first elder of the Purple Mansion. His name was Gulang, and his cultivation had already reached the incomplete immortal realm. Later, when the longevity Gu clan had conquered the 8 Desolates' 10 regions and wanted to open Heavenly Deer City, the 18th ancestor Gulang had also made a move and almost split open Heavenly Deer City's defense. Gulang, this fellow, is actually talking about this old man. Looks like he hasn't fought with me in a long time and is itching for a fight. The powerful figure of the reincarnation Tao, Lake, smiled when he heard that. The reincarnation Tao, Lake. Many guests in the palace had a strange expression and were slightly shocked. The reincarnation Tao, Lake, had not appeared in the upper realm for a long time. Instead of calling it an orthodoxy, it was more like a forbidden area that had once destroyed an imperishable orthodoxy. They had never heard of a descendant in this generation. However, the reincarnation Tao, Lake, had a deep relationship with the longevity Gu clan. They had specially sent a powerful figure over, which showed how much importance they attached to it. Father, Mother, Chang'e will be leaving for a while. At this moment, Gu Chang'e's eyes moved slightly as he noticed a few familiar figures. He slightly cupped his hands at his parents and left the palace entrance. Chapter 765. Young Master. In the hall, Inmei was looking for a seat with Lin Xiuhan, Yanji, and the others. However, Gu Chang'e walked over with a smile on his face. A sweet smile appeared on her face as she said to Gu Chang'e, "I've already brought them here as you instructed. Thank you for your hard work." Gu Chang'e walked over and nodded slightly. Then he looked at Lin Xiuhan and Yanji. He had not seen them for a long time. On one hand, there was no time. On the other hand, Gu Chang'e felt that it was not necessary and that it might harm them. Although he was not a good person, he was a person who cherished old friendships. Now that many orthodoxies in the upper realm were watching him closely, they might attack him at any time. Some people who were close to him might be in danger because of this. Although Gu Chang'e did not have deep feelings for the 2 girls, he did not want them to be involved in this crisis and lose their lives for no reason. He wouldn't say that he was protecting them like he was protecting Yu Mingkong, and he wouldn't spare a lot of energy to protect them. "Greetings, young master." Yan Ji and Lin Xiuhan were slightly restrained in front of Gu Chang'e. Although they were surprised that he would take the initiative to meet them, they knew that their current status was very different from Gu Chang'e's. It was even worse than when they first came to the upper realm. "You don't have to be so polite in front of me." Gu Chang'e smiled. His expression was as gentle and elegant as usual. In a daze, Lin Xiuhan saw the scene when she first met Gu Chang'e. He followed the ancestors of the Lin clan to the Lin clan and appeared in the main hall. He was like a young god, handsome and elegant. His entire body seemed to be glowing. Regardless of whether it was his words or his knowledge, she was deeply captivated. She couldn't extricate herself from it. In the blink of an eye, Gu Chang'e had become the real master of this vast upper realm. He could control fate, life, and death. His words could decide the life and death of countless star regions. "Congratulations to young master on your wedding today." Yan Ji's expression also seemed to be a little absent-minded. Many memories surged into his mind like a tide. Then he cupped his hands and said, "If Gu Chang'e had not brought her to the upper realm back then, her soul would have dissipated by now, and she would not have the cultivation of a quasi-supreme." As for Gu Chang'e, she was actually more grateful than admiring her. Gu Chang'e smiled and then talked to them about old times. He asked about their recent situation and explained to Lin Xiuhan why he hadn't visited her before. Before this, he had asked Lin Xiuhan to help him collect the method to refine the purple celestial pill. He wanted to use this pill to help the people around him improve their cultivation. Lin Xiuhan had also sent him a message to inform him that she had only found some broken records, but not the real pill formula. Gu Chang'e had also given up. However, he did not expect that there would be some surprises today. Some time ago, I saw a record of the Purple Celestial Pill in the handwritten notes of a senior of the Purple Celestial Pill sect. Perhaps there will be a page or jade slip left behind in the cave residence where he passed away. There is a high chance that it will contain the pill formula of the Purple Celestial Pill, Lin Xiuhan explained with a smile on her face. When mentioning the Purple Celestial Pill, there was an extremely bright light in her eyes. In her opinion, she was indebted to Gu Chang'e for taking care of her for so long. Now, she finally had a chance to repay his kindness. The Purple Celestial Pill. If that's the case, then I'd like to see how miraculous this pill, which is rumored to be able to make people ascend to immortality, is. Gu Chang'e nodded. In ancient times, in the vast territory of the Upper Realm, there was a sect known for alchemy, called the Pill Sect. The Pill Sect was backed by an ancient world called the Pill Realm. Later on, because the Pill Realm refined a pill that should not exist in the world, they were punished by the heavens. The chaotic, true thunder of the ninth heaven struck from the deepest part of the chaos for thousands of years. The ancient world collapsed, turned into ashes, and disappeared in the long river of history. According to Gu Chang'e's knowledge, the pill that should not exist in the world was called the Purple Celestial Nine-Turn Immortal Pill. The Purple Celestial Pill later on was actually a reduced version, but it was also contaminated with great karma, leading to the destruction of many alchemy sects that had this pill formula. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble Xiuhan about the Purple Celestial Pill. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. Lin Xiuhan hurriedly shook her head, her face full of joy. No trouble, no trouble. It's Xiuhan's honor to be able to help you, young master. After that, he chatted with Yan Ji, Lin Xiuhan, and the others for a while, and then Gu Chang'e separated from them and went elsewhere. He took a jug of wine from the nearby attendant and took a white jade wine cup. How have you been? He smiled slightly and walked towards the woman in phoenix clothes who was drinking by herself at the corner. The woman in phoenix clothes had a plum blossom mark between her brows. She was extremely beautiful, and her expression was cold, and it added a different kind of charm. She was the demon realm's empress, Xiao. Actually, Gu Chang'e did not expect that she would actually show up here, and that it was her true body, and not an incarnation. Gu Chang'e, Empress Xiao, who was drinking by herself, was slightly stunned. She seemed to have not expected that Gu Chang'e would notice her and take the initiative to walk towards her, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a self-mocking smile. But soon she recovered her cold, noble, and proud appearance, exuding the aura of an iceberg, just like a peerless demon emperor. The two met in the Immortal Academy. At that time, Gu Chang'e was just the leader of the younger generation. His strength was terrifying, and his talent was even more terrifying. But in her eyes, he was just a junior, until Gu Chang'e saw through her many worries and understood the painstaking efforts she had made for the demon realm, and even felt that she could be an emperor for all eternity. Empress! Xiao changed her view of him, no longer treating him as a junior, but as a rare confidant. She even wrote to him personally about many things related to the demon realm. She even felt that Gu Chang'e also saw her like this, but she didn't expect that after Gu Chang'e came to the demon realm and a series of things happened, she suddenly understood the true face of this too. She was disappointed and lost. But it couldn't be denied that Gu Chang'e was indeed the only man in her life who had walked into her heart. Before Gu Chang'e left the demon realm, he also had sex with her. But in Empress Xiao's view, to Gu Chang'e, to her it was just like a spring breeze, and there was no trace of it afterwards. Neither of them cared too much. But in the half year after hearing that Gu Chang'e was going to hold a wedding with Yu Mingkong, Empress Xiao often felt restless, and many thoughts and memories surfaced in her heart. In fact, if there was no Gu Chang'e, her fate today wouldn't be so good, and her rule over the demon realm would have been overthrown long ago. After all, if the 5 demon emperors hadn't suddenly disappeared, she wouldn't have been able to take advantage of the situation and unify the demon realm. Chapter 766. Many memories flashed through her mind, but Empress Xiao was not an ordinary person. She quickly composed herself and did not show any abnormalities on her face. "How have you been, Gu Chang'e?" she said softly and raised her glass. "Congratulations. I didn't expect someone like you to be so sincere. Speaking of which, I'm quite envious of Minkong Empress. She has what I can't. When she was in the demon realm, she always thought that people like Gu Chang'e only cared about benefits. There was no such thing as warmth, let alone treating others with sincerity. However, she did not expect him to have such an attitude towards you, Minkong." Empress Xiao could not help but feel jealous. "I didn't expect you to tell me this after not seeing me for so long." Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. He seemed a little surprised, but he still sat down beside her and filled his glass as if he was catching up with an old friend. "Indeed, I'm just surprised." Empress Xiao laughed self-deprecatingly. "You took the time to meet me alone. Aren't you afraid that you'll be criticized on your wedding day? Many of the guests are still watching." Gu Chang'e raised his glass and smiled. "Why should I care? Why can't I meet an old friend?" Empress Xiao saw that he was so calm and sighed in her heart. She then said seriously, "You've come so far, and your vision is far beyond my imagination. However, I still want to say that your wedding today won't be peaceful. Many orthodoxies have come with ill intentions and are waiting for an opportunity." Although the demon realm was vast and boundless, it was still a far cry from the true immortal orthodoxies. Even if she wanted to help Gu Chang'e, there was nothing she could do, so she could only advise him. "I've known all this for a long time. I'm not afraid of them." Gu Chang'e nodded and raised his white jade glass to toast with her. "In the near future, the upper realm will not be peaceful. The demon realm may be swept in as well. You have to be prepared in advance. It was just the calm before the storm." "I understand," Empress Xiao said with a smile. She raised her delicate, swan-like neck and drank the wine in one gulp. After that, Gu Chang'e left, heading in another direction. He met with a few familiar faces, as well as some of his former peers. No matter what, today was his wedding day. Even though there were many grudges and schemes, Gu Chang'e put them aside for the time being. He appeared modest and gentle in front of others, clinking glasses with many seniors and those who had attained the Tao. "The Lord of Heavenly Emperor Mountain has arrived! The Lord of the Endless Fire Nation has arrived! Purple Cloud Valley's Valley Master has arrived! Shumi Holy Sect's Sovereign has arrived! The Patriarch of the Nine Li Clan has arrived!" At this moment, many voices came from outside the palace. It was unknown whether the leaders of these orthodoxies had agreed beforehand or if it was just a coincidence, but they all showed up at the same time. One after another, important figures arrived. Although their cultivation had not reached the Tao attainment realm, they represented the imperishable orthodoxies behind them. They were not to be underestimated. Hearing the arrival of these important figures, many of the guests in the palace had strange expressions on their faces. Some of them were interested in watching the show. In their opinion, it was interesting that these important figures did not come with their real bodies. They only sent their avatars. There were no Tao attainment realm cultivators following behind them, let alone those with a strong foundation. Many people guessed the intentions of these orthodoxies. After all, they did not dare to be presumptuous in the territory of the longevity Gu clan. They were worried that accidents might happen and they would be annihilated if their real bodies came here. That was why they did not even send their Tao attainment realm cultivators. As for those with a strong foundation, they were truly invincible in the upper realm. How could they simply go to other forces? After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. If an accident happened, it would be an unimaginably terrible loss that could not be borne. These guys are quite cautious, but since they dare to come to my Gu clan, they should be prepared. Some of the Gu clan's old ancestors sneered. Gu Chang'e also had a strange expression. He did not think that these forces would dare to make a move in the Longevity Gu clan's territory. Even if a power beyond the mortal realm erupted here, it could still be suppressed. This was the confidence of the Longevity Gu clan's terrifying foundation. In the palace, many important figures entered and left, including all the peak forces in the upper realm. Even some of the forbidden areas that were independent of the boundless secular world, although they did not send any sovereigns, had also sent rich, congratulatory gifts. The wedding had not started yet, but the palace was already very lively. Immortal fog filled the air, accompanied by heavenly music. All kinds of delicacies were served, and jars of divine wine were served. The fragrance spread for tens of thousands of miles, making people salivate just by smelling it. All the cultivators began to toast, drinking, and chatting. No matter what, today was the wedding day of the peerless immortal dynasty and the Longevity Gu clan. If there was no conflict that could not be resolved, no one was willing to provoke the Longevity Gu clan at this time. Therefore, even the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and other orthodoxies were quietly drinking and chatting with the leaders of the orthodoxies. Many of the Gu clan's old ancestors were also walking around the banquet, toasting. A few ancient existences with profound auras appeared, chatting with some low-key old friends. For example, the profound existence of the Tao Lake of Reincarnation was chatting with the Gu clan's 18th ancestor, Gulang, with a face full of smiles. In the vast territory of the Longevity Gu clan, even the outer islands, it was even more lively. The cultivators and living beings who didn't have the qualifications to enter the hall also started to toast and chat. It was extraordinarily bustling. Countless streaks of light flew through the sky as maids carried various types of wine and food. They were like butterflies flying through flowers as they flitted through various places. Of course, even in the outer islands, the banquet's delicacies were rare and priceless treasures. Only the true, imperishable orthodoxies were willing to take them out. Even if ordinary cultivators ate a mouthful, it would be a great fortune. This grand wedding that shook the entire upper world was finally about to begin. Gu Changa also followed the elders and toasted everywhere. Gu Changa, congratulations. A girl as cold as an immortal walked over. She was ethereal, and she raised her cup in front of Gu Changa. However, there was a hint of unhappiness in the depths of her eyes. Although today was the wedding day of Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong, and she should have been happy for the two of them, she couldn't feel happy in her heart. There was a kind of depression, and her mood was extremely low. "Little girl, you're doing this to me?" Gu Changa smiled and rubbed Gu Xian-er's head. However, she glared at him, and he quickly dodged. "Yao, Yao, congratulations, honored master." Beside Gu Xian-er, there was a delicate and cute girl with snow-white skin who looked like a porcelain doll. She raised her small face and revealed a happy smile. She was Yao Yao. When she heard that her honored master was getting married, she asked Gu Xian-er to bring her along. Gu Changa smiled and squatted down to pinch her face. "Honored master, thank you, Yao Yao." "Congratulations." Another beautiful girl in white walked over. Her facial features were as flawless as a painting. Her eyebrows were deep, and her long black hair was draped over her shoulders. She was otherworldly and peerless, like a snow lotus blooming at the peak of extreme cold, untainted by the world. Jiang Chu-Chu pursed her lips and forced a smile on her face. However, it was difficult to hide the sadness and envy in her eyes. Although Gu Changa did promise to marry her, it would not be as grand as it was now. She did not know when it would happen. That day was still far away in the future. Of course, Jiang Chu-Chu was very sensible. Even if she was bitter and envious in her heart, she did not show it on her face. She was afraid that she would cause unnecessary trouble for Gu Changa. Gu Changa sighed softly in his heart. Of course, the smile on his face did not change as he expressed his gratitude. Chapter 767. Gu Xian-er, Jiang Chu-Chu, Yao Yao. and the others left one after another after making their toasts. Then some old friends came over, including the princess of the great Void Divine Clan, Jiang Luoshan. Even the reincarnated High Priest of Destiny, Xiao Ruoyin, who had not been seen for a long time, came to the main hall and made a toast to Gu Chang'e. Their expressions were calm, and there was nothing unusual about them. The matter between her and Gu Chang'e was actually quite complicated. Because of the matter of the fairy boat of destiny, she came to this world from the distant other side of the starry sky. Then she gradually recovered her memory of being the High Priest of Destiny, and in order to seek protection from Gu Chang'e, she had given herself to him. Moreover, Xiao Ruoyin was also aware of Gu Chang'e's true identity. After recovering her original memory, she sensed the many threads of karma from the taboo era, which were like a fog that twined around Gu Chang'e. As a fateless physique, she was exceptionally sensitive to such illusory things as karma and fate. In the eyes of many cultivators, prying into the fate of heaven would result in terrible karma backlash and could easily endanger one's life. Even those with exceedingly high cultivation base would be afraid of leaving behind a great Tao injury. However, Xiao Ruoyin was not afraid of karma. She had transcended fate, and karma did not touch her. Therefore, she would always take risks and try to see through karma and even the future. Congratulations. However, today at Gu Chang'e's wedding, she did not say much and seemed to have only come to congratulate him. How have you been? It seems that you don't hate me as much as before. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly. He felt that Xiao Ruoyin's cultivation base had broken through to the Saint Realm in a short period of time. Moreover, this was only her strength on the surface. Her true means were probably even more terrifying. Previously, he had kept Xiao Ruoyin with the intention of plucking her when her origin energy matured. However, Xiao Ruoyin had probably guessed his purpose and was prepared for it. Of course, Gu Chang'e no longer needed her source. After all, he had the Tao fruit that ancient heavenly venerate Samsara had accumulated over countless years. Naturally, he didn't need her source. When they met again, her feelings were no longer the same as before. Gu Chang'e could not possibly scheme against her anymore. The past is already like smoke. Why should we care so much? Obviously, Xiao Ruoyin was also aware of this. Her temperament was indifferent. After congratulating him, she turned into a shadow and left the hall. She did not continue to stay, but in the end, she seemed to have thought of something. She turned to look at Gu Chang'e and hesitated. However, Gu Chang'e did not look at her again. He turned around and toasted with the rest of his old friends. He had thought that he would see Wang Zijin, but he only saw many great figures of the longevity Wang family. He did not see her. Gu Chang'e was slightly surprised. According to his understanding of Wang Zijin, she should not have been absent from such an occasion. Her physique is somewhat special. Is she no longer in the upper realms? Gu Chang'e could only guess. From the moment he first met Wang Zijin, he felt that she was hiding many secrets. Now, in the longevity Wang family, he could see Wang Zijin's younger brother, Wang Wushuang. However, Gu Chang'e had no intention of going over to ask. The wedding banquet continued. The hall was lively and full of festivity. Firecrackers were set off everywhere. All kinds of divine music were played. There were also fairy-like girls flying through the air. Blue swans, phoenixes, red-crowned cranes, and other auspicious birds flew. Spirit deer, cheilants, and other auspicious beasts leaped. White clouds curled up and divine light shone. Palaces hung high in the sky. It was as if they had arrived at the heavenly realm. The atmosphere here was incomparably warm and peaceful. Everyone drank cup after cup of wine. In the main hall, many of the older generation also said heartfelt words of blessings. The entire wedding maintained a high level of enthusiasm. Then, outside the hall, a sky full of red clouds appeared. An incomparably vast Milky Way appeared, shining brilliantly. It seemed to have fallen from the depths of the universe and directly draped over the hall. Immortal mist filled the air, and divine light interweaved. It was incomparably gorgeous. Many beautiful girls dressed up and walked slowly with the bride in hand. It was as if the 9 heavens' mysterious maidens had descended into the mortal world. Almost all the guests in the hall were stunned by this scene. Their eyes were full of amazement. Gu Changa walked over with a smile and held the soft E in a very natural manner. First, bow to heaven and earth. Second, bow to your parents. Husband and wife, bow to each other. An old ancestor with a very high seniority in the longevity, Gu family, looked at the 2 newcomers with a smile in his eyes. He shouted auspicious words and told them to pay their respects to the 2 sets of parents at the head of the hall. They had to go through the necessary procedures. Boom! However, right at this moment, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. A terrifying sound that shook one's soul rang out. Many starfields were trembling. Countless stars were trembling, about to fall. Outside the longevity Gu family, almost half of the starfields were shaking. Resplendent light rushed into the heavens, shaking this part of the universe. At this moment, all the cultivators and living beings were stunned. Even those who had achieved the Tao put down the wine cup in their hands and frowned. In the distant universe, there was a light that suddenly tore through the sky. It was as if it was going to penetrate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was terrifying beyond compare. The entire world seemed to have undergone a drastic change. There was a terrifying and creepy aura that pervaded from that place. Dong! Everyone heard the sound of something extremely heavy falling. They didn't know where it came from, but it suddenly smashed into the depths of this universe. It caused a huge commotion and caused a starfield to sink. The terrifying aura that was enough to crush the void continued to spread from that place. It made people's hearts tremble. Large areas of starfields were dimming and collapsing. They couldn't withstand it at all. This aura is the aura of an immortal. Could it be that an immortal corpse fell out? In the longevity Gu family's hall, almost all the people's expressions changed. They stood up in shock and cried out involuntarily. Their gazes seemed to tear through the void and landed on the place where the terrifying aura came from. Something really did fall out. In fact, it wasn't just the longevity Gu family. In the other orthodoxies, there were also people who felt this terrifying fluctuation at the first moment. Their expressions changed greatly, and they were so shocked that they couldn't be more shocked. It was a terrifying aura that suppressed the laws of this world. It pervaded that starfield. Even if they didn't get close to it personally, they could feel the pressure and palpitations. Just a trace of it was enough to make all living beings and cultivators in this world tremble in silence. They almost couldn't help but kneel down. Why would an immortal corpse suddenly fall out? And at this time, so close to the longevity Gu family. Where did this immortal corpse come from? In the hall. All the guests looked at that place in great shock. Their faces were full of confusion. After all, the leaders of almost all the orthodoxies in the upper realm were gathered here. Every one of them had monstrous power and status. To put it bluntly, everyone here could easily change the situation in the upper realm. In their opinion, this was too much of a coincidence. Changa, Yu Mingkong, who was covered with a red veil, suddenly grabbed Gu Changa's hand tightly. She couldn't explain why she was trembling. She had a feeling that this immortal corpse that suddenly fell out of nowhere was coming for Gu Changa. It's okay. What should come will come. Gu Changa comforted her softly. At this moment, his expression was unprecedentedly calm. His eyes were deep and unperturbed. In fact, he had known all this long ago. He just didn't know how it would happen. At this moment, in the distant starfield, accompanied by a monstrous demonic aura, a cold voice that made people tremble in fear sounded. The voice was like the sound of nature, but it was bone-chilling. How can this disciple miss out on a big gift for Master's wedding? I wonder if this immortal corpse is enough? Chapter 768. Rumble. Overflowing demonic energy covered the sky and covered the earth. It was as if the heavenly river was bursting its banks, causing all the stars to tremble. The laws of order surged like a vast ocean, slapping there with a heaven-shaking momentum. The entire universe shook under this terrifying aura. An immortal corpse suddenly fell from a mysterious place, almost smashing into this world. A majestic and ancient terrifying aura spread out, suppressing everyone's bodies until they were about to explode. Ordinary cultivators even trembled from the bottom of their souls, prostrating in that direction. Master's wedding. This disciple came late. I hope Master won't blame me. The surging demonic energy was like a huge wave, covering the sky and the sun, rushing over from the distant universe. There were many demonic figures within, their demonic wings flapping, their wings flowing with light, emitting a terrifying aura. A red-clothed figure stood in the surging demonic energy, her voice cold and without ripples. Her figure was tall and slender. Her skin was white, and her face was extremely beautiful. However, she was like an unchanging iceberg, exuding a terrifying cold aura, as if she could freeze all the air around her. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. They had no idea what that voice meant. Who was she talking to? Also, was 990 referring to Gu Changa by Master? Demon Mountain's red-clothed female devil has appeared. What does she mean by Master? In the Longevity Gu family's main hall, the expressions of many Tao enlightened cultivators became incomparably solemn. At the same time, many doubts appeared in their hearts. On Gu Changa's wedding day, the red-clothed female devil brought an immortal corpse and called Gu Changa Master. They naturally didn't think that the master the red-clothed female devil was referring to was Yu Mingkong. At this time, even the expressions of the people of the Longevity Gu family changed, their brows tightly knitted. Gu Xian, Jiang Chu Chu, Jiang Luoshin, Empress Xiao, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six Crown King, and others. Too many old friends also changed their expressions, looking at all of this with incomparable shock. Many people turned their gazes to Gu Changa, but they saw that his expression was calm. He was not surprised, as if he had already expected this. If what the red-robed demoness said is true, that Gu Changa's true origins can be traced back to that forbidden era buried in the long river of history, the leaders of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Endless Fire Nation, the Purple Cloud Valley, and the other orthodoxies were startled. They exchanged glances with one another and had an unbelievable thought. After all, before this, there were actually many rumors about Gu Changa in the upper realm. The speed of his cultivation was really too incredible. It could not be speculated with common sense at all. That was why many people felt that he had a monstrous origin, that he was definitely the reincarnation of some unmatched existence, that he possessed the Tao fruit of his past life. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to grow to the point where he was almost invincible in the upper realm in just a few years. The appearance of the red-robed female devil on this day, and the fact that she addressed Gu Changa as her master, in a way, could already be seen. This thought flashed across the minds of not only the leaders of the orthodoxies, but also the people in the hall faintly guessed it. Of course, things like reincarnation and recultivation were not common. It was only recorded in some ancient books. After all, this involved reincarnation, and it was even a real life and death crisis. It was easy to really lose one's life, and it was difficult to have the wisdom of the previous life's spiritual root. For a moment, everyone was shocked and could not calm down at all. If Gu Changa is the unmatched existence of that era, and the red-robed female devil calls him her master, who is he? It can't be. Many of the enlightened ones in the hall had a variety of expressions. Many thoughts flashed through their minds, and some even felt that it was absurd and unbelievable. Some even trembled slightly. They didn't dare to continue thinking about it. After all, it was too frightening and they couldn't accept it. If it was true, then the current upper realm would probably be scared out of their wits. Even those with a strong foundation would not be able to sleep well. Amit Ba, when the red-robed female devil escaped from the demon burial abyss. It was actually related to young Lord Changa, right? At this moment, an eminent monk of Buddha Mountain put his palms together and began to blame Gu Changa with a compassionate look on his face. His words immediately enlightened many people. After all, if they thought about it this way, the red-robed female devil escaped and then wantonly slaughtered the forces of the upper realm. After the siege of the divine city, she suffered heavy losses and almost no one survived. And in each of these incidents, there was a shadow of Gu Changa. In this case, Gu Changa and the red-robed female devil. Even to this day, there was an unspeakable relationship between them. Today was the wedding day, and the red-robed female devil brought an immortal corpse. Although it sounded a little unlucky, it was undeniable that this was a resource that all orthodoxies wanted. A complete immortal corpse was definitely worth more than an immortal weapon. However, there were still many people who did not understand why the red-robed female devil brought an immortal corpse. Could it be that there was another reason? The red-robed female devil's escape was indeed related to me. If the seal was not weak, she would not have appeared in the upper realm and wreaked havoc everywhere. That is why I have been thinking of ways to make up for it and tried to seal her again. Unfortunately, she has been escaping all this time. At this moment, seeing that the eminent monk of Buddha Mountain spoke to him, Gu Changa also finally spoke. He smiled faintly and then explained. His words were equivalent to admitting to his identity as the red-robed female devil's master. Of course, even if Gu Changa did not admit it, under the current circumstances, it was equivalent to a hammer strike that could not be denied. However, the people still did not know whether he was the reincarnation of that unparalleled figure of the Forbidden Era. At that time, the environment of the world had not changed, and there was no such thing as heaven's end and earth's end. Even though there were many existences whose cultivation was far beyond the immortal realm, there were still many. In that case, the enmity between young Master Changa and the red-robed female devil is not that simple. Young Master Changa chose to go to the demon burial abyss because he wanted to seal the red-robed female devil again. Hearing this, an enlightened one's eyes flickered and asked. In fact, he did not really believe Gu Changa's words. However, judging from the red-robed female devil's monstrous cold words, there was definitely an unresolvable enmity between her and Gu Changa. As a figure of the Forbidden Era, her cultivation was unimaginable when she was at her peak. Then she was sealed in the demon burial abyss and only broke the seal and escaped in this life? However, why was she sealed back then? The Forbidden Era was too ancient and buried in the long river of time. No one dared to touch on it, let alone know the secrets of that time. Therefore, all of this was a secret to them. Rumble. At this moment, in the depths of the sky, a monstrous demonic aura rushed over, covering everything. The red-robed female devil, Emo-chan, descended with many great demons of the Demon Mountain. She was extremely bold and went straight to the mountain gate where the Longevity Gu family was located. All the cultivators and guests in the surrounding star field were trembling under this aura. Their faces were pale with fear and horror. Chapter 769. Boom! Chan Hongyi led a group of great demons from the Demon Mountain. She was not afraid of the many ancient restrictions and array runes here. She stepped into the Longevity Gu family's mountain gate. All the guests were shocked when they saw this. They never thought that the red-robed female demon would be so bold. One had to know that in the Longevity Gu family's territory, even those with immortal artifacts had to be careful. Who would dare to be so ostentatious? At this moment, the many stellar regions around the Longevity Gu family were being attacked by a monstrous demonic aura, causing the stars to tremble. The immortal corpse smashed into the ground, emitting a terrifying aura that obliterated large areas of the laws. Affected by this, the stars with array runes on them lit up, as if the ancestral talismans were being ignited. Endless divine light rushed into the sky like light blades, enough to tear the sky apart. The laws of order intertwined, bursting out waves like the vast sea. This shocking scene shocked all the supreme masters of the various universes. All of them felt their hair stand on end, and they were deeply terrified. No one knew where the immortal corpse came from, but it was undeniable that the red-robed female demon, Chanhongi, was so powerful that it made even the most powerful people feel uneasy. How dare you, red-robed female demon, barge into the Gu family's mountain gate? At that moment, a Gu clan elder's face darkened. He watched this scene from a distance and shouted in a low voice, "Don't worry." Although the red-robed female demon had just said that Gu Changa was her master, from the looks of it, she did not come with good intentions. Today was Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong's wedding day. How could she be allowed to mess around? This is an invitation personally written by my master. Does the longevity Gu family want to stop me? Chanhongi was tall and slender with long legs. Her face was fair and flawless, like a piece of jade. She stood in front of the longevity Gu family's mountain gate and said coldly. At the same time, an invitation card appeared in her hand. The words appeared and floated in the void. It was from Gu Changa when the reincarnation ancient celestial had appeared. When many powerful people went to visit him in the divine city, the heavenly bull demon king had received it. Seeing the invitation in Chanhongi's hand, the many elders of the Gu clan furrowed their brows. They never imagined that she would actually be invited. Elder, just let her in. Seeing this, Gu Changa shook his head slightly. He didn't think that Chanhongi would dare to cause trouble in the longevity Gu family. Even though her physical body was terrifying and had long surpassed what the current upper realm could endure, it was also a fact that she couldn't display strength that surpassed the immortal realm. The reason she brought the immortal corpse with her today was none other than to expose his identity and use it to cause trouble for him. Perhaps, in her opinion, through such means, she could make the orthodoxies of the upper realm fear her even more. Then they would unite and attack her together, making her the enemy of the entire world. Or perhaps, in her opinion, doing this would interfere with his plan or show her hatred and dissatisfaction. However, in Gu Changa's eyes, all of this was child's play. What he was most worried about was that Chanhongi would go crazy and attack the people around him. Other than that, he didn't care about any of Chanhongi's other tricks. On the contrary, he could use this opportunity to divert the trouble and let Chanhongi solve some problems for him. In terms of strength, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was far from being Chanhongi's match. After the environment changed and the opportunity to become an immortal appeared, Chanhongi could probably tear a perfected immortal apart with just the strength of her physical body. After all, her cultivation level was far beyond the immortal realm when she was at her peak. Gu Changa didn't intend to get rid of Chanhongi now because it involved many plans. Moreover, sealing her in the demon burial abyss was actually a part of the demon lord's plan. With the recovery of these memories, Gu Changa became more aware of what he should do. The arrival of the immortal path was all part of his plan. On the day of Master's wedding, I'm here to ask for a glass of wine. Master, you won't mind, right? Chanhongi's lips curled into a cold smile as she walked straight into the mountain gate. On the contrary, the many great demons behind her were surrounded by demonic chi. Their scales flickered, and their auras were majestic and terrifying. However, they didn't follow her and stopped in front of the Gu family's mountain gate. All the guests felt their hearts tremble when they saw the scene. They watched as the red-robed female demon passed through many islands and sacred mountains and headed to the main hall where the wedding would be held. The terrifying demonic chi didn't disappear. Instead, it surged like a vast ocean and suppressed everyone. Many cultivators with weaker cultivation levels felt that their divine souls were about to explode, let alone their physical bodies. This red-robed female demon is so arrogant, the experts of various orthodoxies didn't look good. Even those who had attained the Tao frowned and felt deeply uneasy. Zero the eyes of the leaders of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Endless Fire Nation, and Purple Cloud Valley flickered, and their expressions were uncertain. The red-robed female demon strength was obvious to all, but no one knew what the grudge between her and Gu Changa was. The reason why she called Gu Changa master was because of hatred, but in the eyes of some old guys, there was another deep reason: love and hate. After all, she knew that this trip was extremely dangerous, but she still chose to come in her true form on the day of her master's wedding and cause such a huge commotion. If he said that he did not care, how could it be possible? In fact, to them, it seemed like the red-robed female demon was determined to attract Gu Changa's attention. Who knew if the grudge between the two of them would be resolved? Zero Gu Changa was the reincarnation of a supreme existence from the Forbidden Era. This was an undeniable fact. Now that he had the support of his master, the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation, and his own strength was unfathomable if he had the help of the red-robed female demon. In the vast upper world, there would probably be no other forces who would dare to stand against him. While everyone in the main hall was having different thoughts and guessing, Hongyi appeared in the main hall. Her gaze paused for a long time on Yu Mingkong, who was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red robe. Then she looked at Gu Changa and said, "I wonder if Master is satisfied with my gift." As she spoke, the corners of her mouth curled up with interest. It was an immortal corpse that she had spent a lot of effort to find in a broken ancient world buried in chaos. At least 70% of its origin was preserved. When the immortal path descended and Gu Changa's strength broke through to the immortal realm, he would definitely find the origin of the immortal Tao existence to devour and refine. Of course, Hongyi did not expose Gu Changa's identity as the founder of the demonic arts at this time. What she wanted to see was the panicked expression on the face of her master, who had been calm and collected from beginning to end, as if he had everything under control. This would give her some satisfaction and some sense of revenge. "You're very thoughtful." However, to Hongyi's disappointment, Gu Changa seemed to have known her purpose long ago. His expression remained unchanged, and his voice was as calm as before. It was as if he did not care at all even if his identity as the founder of the demonic arts was exposed. Chapter 770. As long as Master is satisfied. Chan Hongyi's voice changed slightly, but her eyes were still fixed on Gu Changa, as if she wanted to see through him and know what he was really thinking. As far as she knew, it was impossible for Gu Changa to consider other people or other things for her own interests. In other words, Gu Changa did not care at all that his identity as the creator of demonic arts had been exposed. In Chan Hongyi's opinion, there were only two possibilities. Gu Changa had a way to deny this fact, or he was already fully prepared and did not care even if he became enemies with the entire upper domain. But no matter which it was, it would not affect Gu Changa at all. For a moment, she felt defeated, as if there was nothing in this world that could really affect Gu Changa. Even if it made him show anger or uneasiness, it would not work. Does a heartless person really have no weakness? Chan Hongyi's eyes turned red, but they soon returned to normal. "Since you want a drink, take a seat." Gu Changa seemed to know many of Chan Hongyi's thoughts. Then, he gestured for her to take a seat. Since she was a guest, he would not make things difficult for Chan Hongyi at this time. Chan Hongyi looked at him deeply, but did not say anything else. She walked to the side of the table. Even though there was an unresolvable hatred between her and Gu Changa, she was not stupid enough to fight with Gu Changa at this time. Moreover, this was the territory of the Longevity Gu clan. When the other guests saw this, they quickly made way. They were extremely afraid of Chan Hongyi and did not want to sit with her. Many leaders of the imperishable sects and supreme sage orthodoxies frowned. They were disappointed that they did not see Gu Changa fight with Chan Hongyi. "Of course you are a guest, but in the Longevity Gu clan, no matter who you are or what your background is, you have to abide by the rules of the Gu clan," an ancestor of the Gu clan said with a frown. He felt that Chan Hongyi did not come with good intentions and might cause some trouble. The immortal corpse that had fallen from nowhere was still in the territory of the Longevity Gu clan, and it was emitting a terrifying aura. If it was not dealt with properly, the abnormality of the mortal corpse or the aura it emitted could cause a great disaster. However, Chan Hongyi only glanced at the ancestor of the Gu clan and ignored him. Instead, she often looked at Yu Mingkong, Gu Xian, Jiang Chuchu, and the others. According to her understanding of Gu Chang'e, a person like him was absolutely cold-blooded and heartless. He would not waste time and energy on the so-called love. Therefore, she had no intention of dealing with Yu Mingkong and the others. She did not think that Gu Chang'e would care about them. Even if she killed Yu Mingkong, Gu Xian, and the others, Gu Chang'e would not make a big fuss. He would at most take revenge on her to maintain his image. She's just a pitiful guy. She thought she could get his attention because she loved him a lot, but she was only a chess piece. Chan Hongyi glanced at Yu Mingkong with pity. The wedding that had been halted due to the arrival of the red-robed demon continued. Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong had already bowed to the heavens and earth. The rest of the formalities were soon completed. The banquet continued. Maids came and went with wine and spirit fruits. It was very lively. The guests in the palace had different feelings. Many people were guessing Gu Chang'e's true identity and wanted to know more about the Forbidden Era. Before this, they only thought that Gu Chang'e was the reincarnation of some supreme being. Because he had the Tao fruit of his previous life, his cultivation speed was so terrifying. This was also something that others could not be envious of. Just like the human ancestor of the human ancestor palace. Through the reincarnation method, he could reach the peak at an extremely fast speed every time he was born. This made the heavens prides of the same generation feel despair. From these many signs, Gu Chang'e's background was far beyond imagination. Even the human ancestor could not compare to him. Before the Forbidden Era, the upper realm and the immortal domain were connected. The rules of heaven and earth were complete. Immortal traces were revealed. Even immortal kings would often appear and preach the Tao in various places. Therefore, everyone guessed that Gu Chang'e was at least the reincarnation of an immortal king from the Forbidden Era. If this news spread, it would cause an unimaginable commotion. Who knew whether or not Gu Chang'e would recover his original strength after the immortal path descended? At that time, he would really be a true immortal king, sweeping through the entire upper realm with a single hand. From another perspective, the strength of the red-clothed woman, Mo Chan Hong, it couldn't be underestimated either. She was at least an immortal realm existence. In reality, many people with deep foundations already sensed that the environment of heaven and earth was slowly changing at this time. Some laws that they previously could not comprehend also seemed to appear. This made them go mad with joy, feeling like the true immortal Tao Great Era was descending. He is at least a young immortal king. No wonder we are far inferior to him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six Crown King, and many other young supreme beings of the same generation as Gu Chang'e, when they learned of this truth, they all revealed bitter smiles, starting to understand why they were crushed by this person until they couldn't breathe. Their life's goal was to achieve the Tao in this era, and then use the immortal gate to reach the immortal realm. However, Gu Chang'e had already stood at a level they could not see even if they looked up to him countless years ago. How could they compare? It would only make them feel more hopeless. Time passed, and the banquet came to an end. After many guests raised their cups and congratulated them, they already planned to leave. Chan Hong quietly watched Gu Chang'e raise his cup to the guests and thank them with a smile. Her expression was slightly absent-minded. Not long ago, this was a scene she had fantasized about. For a moment, it reminded her of the red-clothed little girl at the foot of the mountain. She timidly tugged at the corner of her master's clothes and said that she would marry her master when she grew up. Everything is just a dream. Chan Hongyi gave Gu Chang'e a deep look. Then she walked out of the hall and disappeared. Many of the experts present let out a sigh of relief. Even powerful experts with deep foundations would feel uneasy when facing Chan Hongyi, let alone ordinary cultivators. That terrifying demonic aura that was like a vast sea covered the sky and pressed down on them, making them feel suffocated. Gu Changa looked at her with a strange look in his eyes, but he did not say anything. It seemed that he had misunderstood Chan Hong-yi. Did she come here just to participate in the wedding? Or did she understand the gap between them and leave tactfully? However, he did not want to think about these things now. 6 candlelight flickered. Gu Changa bid farewell to the guests and walked into the bridal chamber. The starry night outside was bright, and the Milky Way shone brightly, emitting a gentle brilliance. The room was filled with warmth. A graceful and moving beauty sat there. She was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red veil, and her head was covered with a red veil. In the end, there were no hiccups in the wedding. Although Chan Hongyi's arrival was unexpected, it was still under control and was of no importance. "Husband, it's getting late," a soft and pleasant voice came from the front. Yu Mingkong had been waiting for him for a long time. There were many things outside that she did not want to care about. Gu Changa would tell her what she should know, and she would not ask about what she should not know. "I've kept you waiting," Gu Changa smiled and walked forward. He gently removed the red veil, revealing a peerlessly beautiful face. Their gazes met and everything was silent. Chapter 771. The red candles were extinguished, and the bridal chamber was filled with the beauty of spring. The night was warm and brilliant, unforgettable. No matter how many years had passed, no matter what, Yu Mingkong would never forget it. It would forever be engraved in her heart, becoming her most precious memory. Everything that she had yearned for 3,000 years in her past life had finally come true in this life. She had no more regrets. To the outside world, the grand marriage alliance between the longevity Gu clan and the unparalleled immortal dynasty had also come to an end. However, the aftermath did not stop there. News about the marriage alliance had spread throughout the various universes. Many of the details were enthusiastically discussed by countless cultivators. Some even recorded it down, thinking that it would be of great research value after many years. Because of this marriage alliance, the longevity Gu clan's deep foundation was revealed to the outside world, causing many orthodoxies to be wary. Secondly, the fact that Gu Changa was the reincarnation of a supreme existence from the Forbidden Era was exposed. It also caused a huge commotion, causing every universe to tremble. However, because of this news, many people no longer suspected that Gu Changa was related to the inheritor of the legacy of demonic arts. After all, he had the Tao fruit of his past life, which naturally explained his terrifying growth rate. After the wedding, the immortal corpse that Mo Chan had brought with her had fallen into the longevity Gu family's territory. Many of the orthodoxies were tempted. They looked towards it, intending to negotiate with the longevity Gu family to get a share of the immortal corpse. Everything related to immortals, including the immortal corpse, was a precious resource in the eyes of those with a strong foundation. In their opinion, this might be the opportunity for them to become immortals. As for where the immortal corpse came from, no one dared to ask Mo Chan Hongyi, and no one dared to investigate further. Of course, regarding this matter, the elders of the longevity Gu clan first asked for Gu Changa's opinion. The immortal corpse was brought over by Mo Chan Hongyi, so the right to decide was in Gu Changa's hands. Since they want it, let them come and get it themselves. As for how much they can get, it'll be up to them. To this, Gu Changa merely smiled. There was mockery in his eyes. Did they really think that the immortal corpse that Chan Hongyi had spent so much effort to deliver was just a piece of juicy meat? Many of the orthodoxies hesitated for a moment after receiving the longevity Gu family's reply. They wondered if there was some sort of trick involved. However, soon after, they couldn't hold back their impatience, wishing to research the value of the immortal corpse. They began to dispatch large amounts of experts, bringing great treasures, wishing to bring away a portion. In their opinion, the longevity Gu clan knew that they couldn't protect this immortal corpse, so they agreed to such a request. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out, engulfing the entire universe. Heaven and earth seemed to be about to explode under this kind of fluctuation, not to mention the cultivators near the immortal corpse. They all coughed up blood and exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Even with the protection of a protective Dharma artifact, it couldn't withstand a strand of fluctuation from the immortal corpse. Among them, there were even quasi-emperors who had fallen, causing a huge commotion. Immortal corpses were not to be humiliated. Although no one knew how long they had fallen, there were still remnants of their peerless aura. Many forces who came with greed paid a heavy price for this. The immortal corpse crashed into the depths of the universe, surrounded by a vast fog. Each strand of aura was more terrifying than the chaotic aura. Later on, the orthodoxies who came to search for the immortal corpse were much more cautious. They were no longer as bold as before. Because of this immortal corpse, the outside world also began to become treacherous. Guchanga was happy to see such a situation. After the wedding, he had been sitting cross-legged in the longevity Gu clan's palace. He had never left, quietly waiting for the right opportunity. On the third day, Yuminkong returned to the peerless immortal dynasty to deal with the various affairs there. Guchanga had also left the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign's puppet body by her side, just in case. Now that many orthodoxies had placed their attention on the immortal corpse, he could focus on his plans. According to the dark heavenly court's infiltration, it's about time Guchanga's eyes became a little deep. Then he sent a message to Tao Yao, who was far away in another universe, asking her to break the seal outside the ruins of God. This day should have arrived. Rumble. Right at this moment, a majestic and ancient aura of the world descended, and it effused over from an extremely distant universe. It was as if an invisible ancient hand was pushing the 3,000 great realms toward the upper realm. All the great realms began to collide with each other, emitting a terrifying aura. The upper realm trembled because of this aura. The precepts of heaven and earth seemed to be boiling and began to appear in large patches. Some incomplete parts even became sparkling and translucent. An inexplicable aura condensed and began to fill those gaps. What is this? The environment of heaven and earth has changed. The entire upper realm was in turmoil. All the cultivators, regardless of their cultivation base, fell into a state of shock. This is the sign that the immortal path is coming. It can't be wrong. This day has really come. The epic tree that we couldn't find in the 8 desolates and 10 regions wasn't there. This is the aura of the epic tree. The epic Tao fruit has matured, automatically filling the gaps in the precepts of heaven and earth. At this moment, the entire world was shocked. All the hidden existences were shocked beyond words. Then they were extremely excited. In their opinion, the epic Tao fruit had matured and filled the gaps in the precepts of heaven and earth. It meant that the opportunity to become an immortal had arrived. This was the immortal ascension era that they had been waiting for countless years. On this day, almost all the orthodoxies and forces in the upper realm fell into a frenzy. Even the ancient forbidden areas that had been in seclusion had a shocking aura. The oldest hidden existences began to break out and compete for the opportunity to become an immortal. Terrifying rays of light tore through heaven and earth in every place. The monstrous aura shook all realms. The upper realm went crazy. The originally calm situation before the storm was completely shattered. Even those who achieved the Tao revealed expressions of excitement, becoming incomparably moved. However, for ordinary cultivators, this was the beginning of a bloodbath. They were not qualified to compete for the opportunity to become an immortal. Instead, they would lose their lives in this battle and become weeds that could be harvested at will. This day was like the end of the world for the ordinary races and forces. Most of the living beings and cultivators in the upper realm felt uneasy. The atmosphere was so oppressive and terrifying that it was suffocating. The sky changed and the precepts appeared. In a daze, everyone saw a vast and mysterious immortal realm emerging. In the next few days, the supreme experts of various orthodoxies began to search for the exact location of the epic tree. They wanted to be the first to find the epic Tao fruit and seize the opportunity to become an immortal. The upper realm was in complete chaos. Chapter 772. The upper realm was in chaos. These few days, blood and chaos were everywhere. Even in the territories of some imperishable orthodoxies, there were also battles. At this time, there was no so-called peace at all. Everywhere, there were battles for personal benefits. In many ancient orthodoxies, people with foundations appeared, bringing the entire clan's foundation, trying to find the location of the epic tree. They wanted to fight for the last time in this era. However, the most direct result of this method was that it led to the rapid decline of the ancient orthodoxies. The fate of the entire clan was taken away, and they went from prosperity to decline. Without the support of a strong foundation, these orthodoxies quickly declined. This gave the other forces an opportunity to seize the resources and cultivation methods. For existences above the level of Tao attainment, they had the opportunity to become immortals. For ordinary cultivators, Tao attainment and immortality had nothing to do with them. It was too far away. They only wanted to take advantage of this chaos to obtain resources, to obtain things that were suitable for them. Most of the battles in various places were caused by this reason. Countless cultivators and living beings died in such a battle, directly destroyed in body and soul. Previously, because there was a tacit understanding between the various forces, supreme beings, boundary emperors, and Tao attainment existences would not easily make a move. However, now that the upper realm was in chaos, these tacit restrictions naturally did not exist and no longer existed. In some incomparably ancient forbidden areas, divine light rushed into the sky. Qi and blood covered the entire universe. Many existences that had been hibernating for countless years also broke through the seal and appeared again. Such an existence was even stronger than those with a strong foundation. Even though they restrained their aura and blood, the terrifying pressure still shook half of the universe, powerful and peerless. As the opportunity to become immortal descended, the environment of heaven and earth changed drastically. Even in the sky, brilliant light could be seen and immortal rain appeared. In every star domain, brilliant divine light could be seen, as if there was an ancient phenomenon appearing. Ascending to immortality, immortal light surged, incomparably holy. The world is in chaos, even we can't stay out of it. Chang'e had just had a marriage alliance with Wu Shuang immortal dynasty, and such a big thing happened. As expected, the upper realm won't be peaceful for long. All of this is destined from the beginning. How can the path to immortality be peaceful? The ancestor has said it before. In the longevity Gu family, many venerable ancestors who had attained the Tao side, their eyes filled with worry. They did not follow the other orthodoxies' experts to search for the epic tree. This was because Gu Chang'e had already instructed them not to get involved in this matter as it would endanger their lives. Therefore, the many experts of the longevity Gu clan, as well as those who had come out into the world, were very quiet, choosing to stay in the clan's land. At this time, the territory of the longevity Gu family was instead peaceful and quiet, like a paradise. No war had broken out, and there was no conflict. Apart from the commotion caused by the immortal corpse, there wasn't much difference from usual. Although Gu Chang'e was only a junior, he was a supreme existence in the Forbidden Era in his previous life. His cultivation was unimaginable. Naturally, no one dared to ignore his words. Let's just fight like this. The good show hasn't even started yet. Gu Chang'e stood quietly in the palace. His white robes were purer than snow, and he looked at the distant sky with a calm and profound gaze. He murmured softly, not at all surprised by this. The epic tree's aura had only appeared for less than half a month, but the situation in the upper realm had changed dramatically. Many orthodoxies were even on the verge of collapse. This was because the temptation of becoming an immortal was too great for those with a strong foundation. It was so great that they could give up everything just for the chance to become an immortal. They had been in seclusion for countless years, waiting since the distant era, waiting for the environment of the world to change, waiting for the great era of immortality to descend, waiting for all of their family and friends to be completely buried in the long river of time, all of them turned into withered bones never to be seen again. To them, what else could they not give up? Therefore, they brought all the resources of their orthodoxies to search for that chance. This was equivalent to giving up on the forces behind them and putting all their eggs in one basket. Calculating the time, it's about time for the dark heavenly court to descend. Gu Changa crushed the jade slip in his hand and passed down the instructions one by one. The chaotic upper realm was the best breeding ground for the dark heavenly court to harvest and grow. Those orthodoxies who had lost their foundation were Gu Changa's targets. Half a month later, the upper realm was shaken again. Just as those with a strong foundation were frantically searching for traces of the epic tree, a mysterious and terrifying force appeared in the dark. It was like a terrifying torrent shuttling through the universe, and began to wantonly devour those forces who had lost their foundation. In less than half a month, many forces in the star zones fell apart and were directly devoured by that mysterious force. Among this mysterious force, there were many who had achieved Tao. All of them wore black robes and were shrouded in fog, so their faces could not be seen clearly. While those with a strong foundation were too busy to care about other things, those who had achieved Tao were like the Grim Reaper, harvesting from all the star zones. Basically, no one could stop them. Many cultivators were terrified by this. They felt that this terrifying force was the mysterious organization that had appeared in the Great Yu celestial dynasty in a flash. If they remembered correctly, that mysterious organization had even dared to assassinate Gu Changa. Later on, it had caused the deaths of many who had rushed to the Great Yu celestial dynasty. Only a few survived. Judging from the current situation, this mysterious organization had infiltrated many forces. They did not even know if the elders and disciples around them were members of that organization. For a time, everyone felt insecure. Even those who were extremely close to them began to doubt. The upper realm was already in chaos due to the drastic changes in the environment. Many people who had achieved Tao and had strong foundations were frantically searching for the epic tree. Because of this, it was once again in chaos. At this time, almost all cultivators were living in fear and worry. They did not know when the crisis would befall them. The tragic scene of the marriage that was seen in the rebirth pool did not happen, but the situation in the upper realm is still as shown by the rebirth pool. There are no changes at all. The upper realm is in chaos. Everyone is in danger. All cultivators are living in fear of Gu Changa's shadow. The master behind that mysterious organization is actually Gu Changa. Gu Xian was dressed in green. She stood under an ancient tree that was already bare. When the breeze blew, the hemline of her dress swayed gently. She looked at the turbulent sky and murmured softly. Her expression was complicated and confused. Half a month later, something happened that shook the upper realm once again. A strong figure had fallen. He died tragically on the way to find the epic tree. He was attacked by other strong figures. His body exploded, and his pieces fell from a distant place. The whole world was shaken. This terrifying aura spread and filled the world, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Because of this, it was so terrifying that all living beings trembled in fear. It could be said that this strong figure was definitely the existence closest to immortality in this era, especially when he had brought all his strength, but he still died tragically on the way. Chapter 773. In the current upper realm, the fall of a powerful figure was an indescribably terrifying loss for any orthodoxy. Especially for some orthodoxies, they only had one powerful figure in charge. Once that person died, it meant that the orthodoxy was destined to disappear. Moreover, many forces chose to stake everything on one throw, placing all their hopes on that powerful figure, hoping that he could kill his way onto the immortal path and become an immortal. This required a lot of courage and guts, and the consequences were unimaginable. If they failed, they would not be able to bear it at all. After all, this was equivalent to a huge gamble, gambling all the future of the sect. The situation became more and more desperate and chaotic. Even the powerful figure could not guarantee his own life, let alone the rest of the living beings. In addition, during this period, the appearance of the dark heavenly court swept through the world at a terrifying speed, and almost no forces could resist. There were too many immortals in the dark heavenly court, much more than those extremely ancient orthodoxies. How could those forces that had lost their powerful figures resist? At this time, only those forces that had immortal artifacts and whose ancestors had truly produced 740 immortal path figures had the confidence and qualifications to ensure that they would not be disturbed in this chaos and remain independent. In fact, for the upper realm, this was a complete reshuffling of the cards. Many orthodoxies proclaimed themselves as immortal, but their foundation was far from those old immortal orthodoxies and everlasting families. They were not on the same level at all. Therefore, at this time, these orthodoxies were the first to bear the brunt of this. They quickly collapsed, and their superficial foundation was undoubtedly exposed. In the following days, due to the drastic changes in the environment of the world, the laws of the upper realm began to change. Some life substances began to become denser, and a peculiar energy pervaded the void. Even ordinary cultivators could feel the changes. Some of the older generation powerhouses, who had been unable to break through the shackles, suddenly broke through at this time. Some of the more talented cultivators directly entered a strange state of enlightenment. The top of their heads shone, igniting from head to toe, as if they had entered the mythical state of ascension. Although the upper realm is in chaos now, it's undeniable that it's more and more suitable for cultivators to cultivate. This is a disaster, but it's also an opportunity that belongs to everyone. At first, they felt that the great era of ascension to immortality did not belong to them, but now it seemed that everyone had a chance. Heaven and earth changed drastically, and the incomplete rules were mended. The fastest was 100 years, the slowest was 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. As long as this period of time passed, it was not impossible for it to return to the prosperity of the ancient times. At that time, with their natural endowments, it might not be impossible for them to improve further and become supreme beings or attain the Tao, or even covet the position of immortal. During this period of time, many heaven's favorites broke through one after another. They chased after the others and began to grasp this opportunity. Of course, some forces and orthodoxies were unavoidably on the road to extinction. In just a few months, the forces in the upper realms' many galaxies had been reduced by almost 20%. Most of them were annihilated due to internal strife and war. Orthodoxies that were already hostile towards each other were now like fire and water, constantly fighting each other. Blood and fire intertwined, and blood flowed like rivers. Such days continued for several months. Then, shocking news appeared once again. In the depths of the universe, some people found a blurry passageway. It was like the legendary immortal path, reflected from a distant space. That passageway was incomparably blurry, making it difficult for people to tell whether it was real or fake. However, it was undeniable that it contained great killing intent. Even those with a strong background trembled in fear, not daring to get too close. Then, after some people with a strong background thought about it, they decided to give it a try. Although their current strength could not reach the immortal realm, if that blurry passageway was really the immortal path, if they could open it up, they might be able to attain the immortal position. As soon as this idea appeared, it was like wild grass, growing madly in their minds, unstoppable. Thus, several people with a strong background tried, deciding to use their immortal artifacts, activating their vast power, to see if they could open up that blurry passageway. If it really is the immortal path, if we blast it open, even if we can't reach the immortal realm, we still have a chance. Boom! In the end, they all took action. jointly activating an immortal sword-like weapon. The moment its power awakened, immortal light washed over the long river of time, illuminating time and space. The entire universe was shaking, all creatures trembling. Millions of cultivators and living beings were terrified, kneeling under that aura, the terrifying power, as if it was going to split open heaven and earth, directly smashing into that blurry passageway, causing primal chaos to explode. The surrounding space, all of the rules and order were immediately evaporated, forming an absolute nothingness. That scene was too horrifying. Even from very far away, it was as if countless suns had exploded there. It was dazzling and dazzling, causing many cultivators to shed tears, unable to look straight at it. Many of the ancient realms near that area collapsed and disintegrated at the first moment, turning into nothingness. The higher realm that had been silent for countless years finally experienced what was called immortal might. Of course, that was only an attack released after the immortal artifact had completely awakened. Compared to the true immortal might, there was still quite a bit of difference. However, this kind of aura still made one's hair stand on end. Even though they were very far away, their souls were about to be frozen. Under this kind of aftermath, those who had achieved the Tao would immediately explode, turning into dust, let alone other living beings. After this attack, that blurry passageway also cracked open. Although it was only a very small crack, a substance similar to the northern lights flew out from it, directly causing the bodies of those with deep foundations to explode. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and they could not dodge at all. The parts of their bodies that fell were directly ignited and swallowed by the primal chaos flames, falling into the depths of the universe. When this news spread, it immediately caused an uproar in the higher realm. Countless cultivators were shocked. Without a doubt, that was definitely the immortal path. There was no other explanation other than the immortal path. A strand of immortal light that flew out almost killed those with deep foundations. It is indeed the immortal path, but it is not the path to immortality. It seems that the drastic change in the environment directly caused the immortal domain to descend. In the longevity Gu family, Gu Chang'e, who had received this news, was not surprised at all. He knew very well that the true immortal path had not yet appeared, because the epic Tao fruit was in his hands. The immortal path would appear when he wanted it to. What those with deep foundations had discovered was actually a path to the immortal domain, and definitely not the path to immortality. However, this news made Gu Chang'e have other plans. If the immortal domain suddenly descended and began to connect with the higher realm, it would greatly affect his next plan. Originally, Gu Chang'e had planned to wait for the higher realm to be in chaos for a while before releasing news about the universe, where the epic tree was located. However, it seemed that time was actually almost up. Chapter 774. The current upper realm was shaken by the appearance of the blurry immortal road. Countless cultivators, living beings, and orthodoxies were staring at it, eager to know if the immortal region was real or not. Many powerful figures rushed over with immortal artifacts in hand, waiting in that universe. Their eyes were also fixed on the blurry immortal road. Someone behind made a move again, trying to break through the crack to see if they could step into the immortal road. However, it was as if they were struck by lightning. The northern celestial light flew out again, and it was even more terrifying and dense than before. Just a wisp of it made their bodies tremble violently. Their bodies cracked, and many bloody wounds appeared. If they got any closer, they would definitely explode. At this time, the powerful figures were silent. Although their hearts were burning, they didn't dare to get close to the blurry immortal road. Half a month later, another item fell out from the crack in the path of immortality. Many great figures saw it with their own eyes. It was the remains of a weapon wrapped in torrential flames. Where it was exposed, there were traces of multicolored blood. It made one's heart tremble. Even though they really wanted to fight over it, they were still vigilant. They knew how terrifying that immortal path was, and as such they reached out their large hands, grabbing a Tao achieving expert who was watching from the side, forcing him to approach that piece of weapon residue. The result was without a doubt. That Tao attainment cultivator didn't even have time to scream before he was touched by a wisp of flames. He was instantly turned into ashes, his body and soul destroyed. A weapon debris that's far beyond ordinary immortal artifacts. Maybe it's an immortal king artifact or a quasi-immortal king artifact. The eyes of some powerful figures were burning. They instantly saw through the weapon debris. However, they also knew that there was definitely a great terror in the immortal road. Even such a weapon was shattered, stained with the blood of some unknown existence. Even if they could step in now, they would probably be courting death. Even if you've achieved the immortal path, you can't easily step on this path. This isn't the immortal road. A female Taoist who was wearing a Taoist robe and a Taoist hat with a transcendent aura spoke. Her eyes were deep. She stopped here for a long time and then left without hesitation. She didn't continue to wait. She was also a person with a strong foundation. Her eyesight was astonishing. She understood that the real path to immortality was definitely not here. Perhaps it was a road that connected the immortal region and the upper realm after the heaven and earth severed. Some immortal Tao existences who couldn't make it to the immortal region in time wanted to use this road to connect the two realms. Unfortunately, there were some who spoke up, lightly shaking their heads. They chose to leave and search for the epic tree again. In the end, the matter related to this vague, immortal path was put to rest. The news spread throughout the various universes, and many people sighed regretfully. Within the longevity Gu family, Gu Changa's figure appeared on top of a mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. He looked into the distant universe and saw that there were divine lights everywhere. They even illuminated some of the star regions. His heart did not rise and fall like the others. Instead, he was extremely calm. He was silently counting the time, and he had already given the order. Next, they had to wait for the epic tree's existence to be exposed to the world like bait, attracting all the big fish. Fishing in this great world, he chuckled in his heart. His deep eyes seemed to reflect the scenes of various universes. There was a dark, heavenly court sweeping through, various orthodoxies killing each other, rivers of blood flowing, and all living beings crying. Such a great world of immortality is so sad. At this time, a Gu family patriarch appeared beside him and seemed to sigh. Gu Changa looked at him. It was Patriarch Gulang who had appeared many years ago. He was a remnant immortal. For someone like him, touching the immortal Tao domain was actually just a matter of comprehension. However, he was not as eager as the other people. He was very indifferent. He even drank tea and played chess in the family every day, exchanging Tao techniques with the other patriarchs. He was extremely carefree. Countless years of waiting is actually just for this moment. All living beings are fighting to cross over, and they have almost reached the other side. They are only one step away. How can they not fight? Gu Changa said with a faint smile. Actually, you should know how deep our Gu family's foundation is. Even if we don't fight, when the immortal domain connects to the upper world, there will be ancestors from the immortal domain who will guide us there. Gulang shook his head and then said with a smile, revealing a secret. Of course, this was a secret from very ancient times. As the environment changed drastically, even these patriarchs of the Gu family gradually lost contact with the immortal domain. They could not communicate with the Gu family in the immortal domain as often as before. Gulang said all this without much confidence and certainty. It was difficult to achieve the immortal Tao domain in the upper world, but was it not difficult in the immortal domain? However, at this time he could still be so calm. This was definitely not something that ordinary people could do. There are many patriarchs of the Gu family. Even until now, there are still many who have not been born. They are all waiting for the day when the immortal domain connects, right? Zero Gu Changa's eyes moved slightly, and he said softly, "In this great era of immortal ascension, the orthodoxies with the deepest foundation are the calmest. In fact, he knew very well that even if the environment of the world changed drastically and the incomplete rules became complete, enough to bear the power of the immortal Tao domain, there was still a limit to what it could bear. For example, in some ancient universes, the most powerful person was only at the level of Tao attainment. Moreover, that was the accumulation of countless years of fate. The birth of a Tao attainment expert had a huge impact in the aftermath. It was very terrifying. Even after he passed away, at least for hundreds of thousands of years, his Tao and traces existed in the world and could not be removed. This would cause the birth of another Tao attainment expert in these hundreds of thousands of years. By the same logic, the birth of every immortal Tao existence was actually wearing down the fate of the world. No one could be sure how many immortal Tao existences could bear the weight of the world. It was because of this that those with deep foundations were so crazy. They were afraid that their opportunity to become immortal would be snatched away by others. Actually, I think that as long as I follow you, I won't be at a disadvantage in this great era of immortal ascension. At this moment, the patriarch of Gulang suddenly smiled and said these words. There was a deep meaning in his eyes. Gu Changa was slightly stunned, then shook his head and laughed. In fact, the patriarch of Gulang's words had given him a lot of inspiration. Since the opportunity to become immortal ascension was hard to come by, and the epic tree was in his hands, when he broke through the immortal Tao domain, why couldn't he follow the example of the ancients and create the investiture of the gods? Of course, this investiture of the gods was definitely not the same investiture of the gods. If that's the case, I can create the investiture of the immortal Tao domain. Those who want to become immortal ascension will have to leave their life spirits here, submit to me, and be bound by my rules. The opportunity to become immortal ascension is hard to come by. They have no choice. Gu Changa smiled faintly in his heart. He had a plan. It had been less than half a year since the great era of immortal ascension began, and the people with deep foundations who had awakened were only the tip of the iceberg. After all, the upper realm had existed for hundreds of millions of years. Since the Forbidden Era, how many peerless talents were trapped at the threshold of the immortal Tao domain? There were still many terrifying people who had not jumped out. Even in the longevity Gu family, there were at least 10 patriarchs who had not shown their faces. The boundless upper realm contained too many unknowns. The investiture of the immortal Tao domain was an opportunity for them. Chapter 775. Gu Changa had been thinking about the immortal bestowment role for a long time. He had been thinking about how to use the epic Tao fruit since he had it. He didn't think he could make all the people in the upper realm become immortals. However, there were still many difficulties in refining the immortal bestowment role. First, he had to have enough immortal items. At the very least, the immortals had to be indestructible. I can only carry out this plan after I achieve the immortal Tao domain. Gu Changa thought to himself. His eyes were deep. Half a month later, he left the longevity Gu clan. He didn't tell anyone and went alone to the universe where the epic tree was. Although he had left a wisp of his Tao Dharma body in the ruins of God where the epic tree was, Gu Changa had bigger plans. He wanted to fish for the entire upper realm. His true body would naturally go. Besides, he had already chosen the day he achieved the immortal Tao domain. Now he just had to wait for all the big fish to fall into the net. At this time, he would definitely reel in the net. On the day Gu Changa left the longevity Gu clan, a shocking news that shook the upper realm suddenly came. It was even more shocking than the immortal path that had appeared before. It was like a meteorite crashing into the deep sea, stirring up endless waves and waves. All the living beings and cultivators who heard the news were stunned. They couldn't recover for a long time. Traces of the epic Tao fruit have appeared in a remote universe extremely far away from the center of the upper realm. That universe is called the Kuan-Ji universe. In a place called the Big Dipper constellation, someone sensed the strong energy waves of the epic tree. This was the news from a person who had achieved the Tao. He was now very close to that universe. He didn't dare to approach rashly for fear of alerting the enemy, so he could only send the news back. However, he didn't expect to be intercepted by other people. This news caused an uproar in the upper realm. It was like an uproar from the top to the bottom. From the top to the bottom, the ordinary cultivators were excited to the point of no return. How many epochs had passed? How many years had passed? Finally, they knew the whereabouts of the epic tree. For the epic tree, the upper realm had launched many wars in the 8 desolates and 10 regions, but they were all left unsettled in the end. Some of the older generation figures were so moved that tears flowed down their cheeks. There was joy and great sorrow. All of a sudden, all the orthodoxies took action upon hearing the news. They began to dispatch a vast and mighty army towards the universe. Numerous ancient warships crushed through the sky, filled with terrifying auras, intending to seize the epic tree. In their eyes, the epic tree was a supreme divine object of the higher realms. It could nurture epic Tao fruits and mend the broken heaven and earth laws of the higher realms. Now that the environment of the upper realm had changed drastically, it was definitely a sign that the epic Tao fruit was about to ripen. For those with a strong foundation, the epic Tao fruit was even more significant because it nurtured the comprehension of heaven and earth that they had always lacked. With the epic Tao fruit, one can become an immortal. The eyes of many people with deep knowledge lit up. They could not hide the excitement in their hearts. They left the central area of the upper realm and started their journey towards the universe. Because of this news, the upheaval caused by the environment became even more intense. Many orthodoxies with a long history, such as the Buddhist temples, the primeval immortals, the reclusive immortals, the longevity Wang clan, the primordial lake, only now did they finally reveal their heavy and terrifying foundation. There were more than 3 or 4 people with deep knowledge who had appeared in the world. Those orthodoxies that only had 1 or 2 people with deep knowledge seemed to be extremely shabby at this time. It was a little embarrassing, a little unworthy of the word immortal. Of course, on this day, they almost no longer concealed themselves. Their foundation was boundless and unimaginable. They even brought along many immortal weapons that had been passed down since ancient times, as well as some forbidden weapons that could unleash power beyond the Tao attainment realm. Moreover, some ancient figures who did not have much life left were also sealed in divine objects. They were brought along as weapons to be used at critical times. Those existences risked their lives and might even drag the people with deep knowledge into the water. This was a terrifying foundation. Those most ancient orthodoxies began to enter the water to fight for it. The realm-crossing teleportation formation shone with boundless light, tearing apart the multiverse, turning into a terrifying void passage that directly connected to the other side. The mighty army was like a torrent shuttling through the universe, following the space passage and rushing towards Kunji Cosmos. In the underground palace of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the one-eyed Taoist could not hide his excitement as he paced back and forth. On the cattail hassock in front of him, 2 people with extremely terrifying auras who were not weaker than him were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. Strands of chaotic chi fell, as if it could crush the galaxy. Brothers, this is a rare opportunity. I've confirmed the news of the epic tree's location. It's completely true, and it's definitely not a lie. The one-eyed Taoist spoke. His tone was very firm. He was very cautious. Even if the upper realm was in chaos during this period, and all the people with deep knowledge were searching for news of the epic tree, he still chose to stay at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and did not take half a step out. Somehow, he had a feeling that the chaos in the upper realm this time seemed to be driven by an invisible hand behind the scenes. After the one-eyed Taoist knew that Gu Changa was the reincarnation of some supreme existence of the Forbidden Era, he became even more cautious. He was worried that he would be attacked by Gu Changa if he left the Heavenly Emperor Mountain alone now that the upper realm was in chaos. Before this, he had also discussed with the people of other orthodoxies to find a way to get rid of Gu Changa, so that he would not be able to rule the upper realm in the future. However, who would have thought that the situation would change so quickly? Those people who had discussed with him before this no longer cared about Gu Changa, and instead went to look for opportunities to become immortals. At this time, anything could be put aside, let alone the fear of a young man. Therefore, the one-eyed Taoist could not do anything about it. How could he dare to go against Gu Changa alone? Gu Changa's strength was unfathomable and had long reached the heavens. Ordinary people were definitely not his match. On the day of Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong's wedding, the one-eyed Taoist had sent powerhouses to ambush them. How could this hatred be resolved so easily? The one-eyed Taoist did not believe that Gu Changa would not be able to find out about it. However, when the news of the epic tree came, the one-eyed Taoist could not sit still anymore. Every day, he saw ancient warships from other orthodoxies breaking through 5-0 and opening the universe passage, rushing to the Kunji universe. After all, he was also eager to become an immortal. According to the information he received, the Kunji universe was extremely far away from the upper realm. It was very remote, and the celestial maxim was incomplete. There was definitely no one there. Although no one knew why the epic tree appeared there, it was undeniable that it was very tempting. Even those with a strong foundation could not sit still. They were extremely eager to become immortals. Heavenly Emperor Mountain is now guarded by the three of us. If we all leave, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain will only be an empty shell. How can we defend against powerful enemies? Didn't Gu Changa of the Longevity Gu family have a grudge against you? Did you see him leave? After hearing the one-eyed Taoist's words, the old man sitting on the right slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, Chapter 776. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain had existed for a long time and had a deep foundation. However, it was an indisputable fact that there were only 3 of them left. Many of them couldn't survive and passed away in the annals of history, never stirring up any waves. Of course, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain actually had other branches that had split off before. However, they had already evolved into other clans and had their own masters. They wouldn't come to help the Heavenly Emperor Mountain at this time. There were also people who left with a portion of their resources and became independent from the boundless secular world, forming a forbidden zone. Therefore, it was reasonable that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, as an extremely ancient orthodoxy, only had 3 of them left. If Gu Changa comes, hearing this, the one-eyed Taoist's face turned pale with fear, unwilling to think about it. Now, there was no trace of Gu Changa. He didn't know if Gu Changa was at the Longevity Gu clan, or if he had gone to the Kunji universe with the other orthodoxies to fight for the opportunity to become an immortal. In fact, the one-eyed Taoist didn't plan to care about the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, as long as he could become an immortal. So what if the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was destroyed? He had lived for too long. His clan had multiplied to this day and was already incomparably strong. There were several people who had achieved the Tao, and they had also fought for the throne of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain before. However, the bloodline connection between those clansmen and him was already extremely thin. The one-eyed Taoist's real relatives and friends had already passed away in the past. Even their bones couldn't be found. Now, his only thought was to become an immortal. He could give up everything else. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain can't be destroyed. My chi and blood are already exhausted. Even if I fight for the opportunity to become an immortal, I can't win against others. Why don't I stay in the clan and prevent the Heavenly Emperor Mountain's inheritance from being lost in this chaotic world? The person sitting cross-legged on the cattail hassock spoke. His tone was calm and his eyes were deep. He didn't have the slightest desire to fight for the opportunity to become an immortal. He had already seen through all of this and wouldn't fight for it anymore. Hearing this, the one-eyed Taoist fell silent. His expression was extremely ugly. He didn't expect this at all. In the clan, it's enough for one person to hold the fort. I'll go with you. This old man's chi and blood are exhausted. I'm afraid I won't be of much use. If that Gu Changa comes, one of us should be able to hold him back with our foundation. The other existence, who had been silent all this time, opened his eyes. His tone was filled with helplessness. He stood up, appearing to be very stooped. He was as thin as a match and appeared to be senile. One of the two horns on his forehead was broken, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. However, the aura on his body was not to be underestimated. It was majestic and filled with the boundless universe, capable of crushing the void. Hearing this, the one-eyed Taoist was overjoyed, and great hope suddenly appeared in his heart. If the two of them worked together and used all their means, there was still hope for them to fight for the opportunity to become an immortal. The Kuan-Ji universe was extremely remote. It was too far away from the center of the upper realm. There were still many dried up and tattered ancient universes in between. Even if it was a domain-shattering ancient warship, it was still extremely difficult to open up a path, wishing to break through the chaotic energy. If they were not careful, some corpses and weapon remnants buried in the chaos would be blasted out, containing extremely terrifying and destructive aftershocks. The mighty army of various orthodoxies killed their way to the center of the upper realm. However, because of the broken universes in between, they lost a lot of manpower. Even some supreme cultivators had fallen. This made many cultivators feel uneasy. This was only the beginning of their journey. If a great battle broke out in the middle, everyone except those who had attained the Tao would be reduced to cannon fodder. This path is indeed difficult, but for the opportunity to become an immortal, we'll do whatever it takes. Some of the people with the foundation had cold eyes. They waved their hands and ordered the army to continue forward without hesitation. At the same time, they sent out the Tao attainments and boundary emperors from their clans to open up the path ahead. They would only act when they encountered dangers that they could not solve. During this process, the people with the foundation were thinking of ways to accumulate strength for themselves. They had already predicted that after reaching the Kuan-Ji universe, an unimaginable and shocking battle would break out. That universe would definitely be destroyed. Meanwhile, in the distant Kuan-Ji universe, in the Big Dipper constellation, boundless immortal light erupted in the ruins of God. It was as if a dazzling sun had risen there. A terrifying aura swept across the heavens and the earth. Countless cultivators and living beings trembled in fear. Even from afar, one could see a towering divine tree rising from the ground in the legendary ruins of God. The branches and leaves supported the chaotic sun and moon. The rumbling sound of the world rotating could be heard. It was earth-shattering, majestic, and heavy. The entire universe trembled because of that aura. Countless Taoist rhythms and divine armaments appeared from that place and spread throughout the entire universe. The legend of the ruins of God had been passed down since ancient times. Even the founder of the current Yuhua celestial dynasty, the most ancient and powerful force in the Big Dipper constellation, Empress Huangyu, had entered it when she was young. She even received guidance from the master of the ruins of God. She said that there was an incomparably ancient and majestic tree in the ruins of God. It could hold up the heavens for eternity. It was mysterious and mysterious to the extreme. That master of the ruins of God had an unparalleled cultivation base. No one knew where he came from. It was more likely that he had existed since the Great Extinction period and had long surpassed the immortal realm. All kinds of rumors had long spread throughout the Big Dipper constellation. There were even such rumors circulating in other constellations. In the ruins of God, other than that incomparably mysterious ancient tree, it was said that the master of the ruins of God had also planted a peach tree. Now it had already grown to an unknown level and was guarding the ruins of God at this time in the glorious palace of the Yuhua celestial dynasty. The current Yuhua celestial emperor was sighing as he looked into the distance. Many ministers knelt in front of him. They all had worried expressions as they tried to persuade him. "Your Majesty, leave quickly. Leave the Big Dipper constellation first. Then, think of a way to leave this universe. It's obvious that there's something wrong with that ancient tree in the ruins of God. Its fruits are about to ripen, and it's attracting many supreme powerhouses of the universe. When that time comes, An unimaginable war will definitely erupt in the Big Dipper constellation. Even the Kuan-Ji universe won't be able to escape and will be destroyed. The world is changing. Let's escape while there's still time. The other forces and orthodoxies have already moved to other places. Now the Big Dipper constellation was in chaos. There were battles, blood, and fire everywhere. It was not peaceful, and there was a huge exodus. The ruins of God was incomparably mysterious. Even the most powerful Tao enlightened cultivators since ancient times couldn't get close. The divine object inside had matured, and the waves it emitted were extremely strong and terrifying. It was spreading to the myriad of worlds. It was no different from a bright light in the darkness, and it would attract the supreme powerhouses of the other ancient universes. Therefore, after understanding this matter, the Holy Lands and ancient aristocratic families whose ancestors had Tao-enlightened cultivators were all thinking of ways to move their clans and territories away from the Big Dipper constellation.